All right, and we are back. 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 Welcome. All right, and we are back. And today, once again, we're back with something a little bit different. I was actually feeling in a really educational mood today, so I figured we'd check out a video more educational. This one is brought to us by our great friends at Kurzgesagt. I believe I'm saying that right, so if I'm not, I do apologize. I believe it's a German company, and I'm not great at saying German names. So, with that being said, guys, if you'd like to support me and help me get as big as Cosmonaut, then please like, comment, and subscribe. It's all the fun stuff that YouTube forces me to ask you to do. Because if you don't, they will break in here, and they will. Without further ado, let's go ahead, check out this video. This one's called The Black Hole That Kills Galaxies. So that actually looks pretty interesting. I'm a pretty big fan of like space and like, astronomy type stuff. Just it's very interesting, space and the sea, two biggest mysteries of our universe. So let's go ahead and figure out space right now with the black holes. So let's get it.
The universe looks like a vast, empty ocean sprinkled with rare islands of galaxies. But this is an illusion. Just a small fraction of all atoms are found in galaxies, while the rest is thought to be drifting in between, in the intergalactic medium. Like the roots of some massive tree, gas spreads out from each galaxy, gravity funneling fresh mass into this dense cosmic forest. Here in the intergalactic medium are the raw materials of creation: hydrogen and helium, woven into sheets and filaments that flow into galaxies where they eventually create stars. But if we look closely, we see who's actually in charge: quasars, the single most powerful objects in existence. As small as a grain of sand compared to the Amazon River, they reside in the centers of some galaxies, shining with the power of 1 trillion stars, blasting out huge jets of matter, completely reshaping the cosmos around them. They're so powerful that they can kill a galaxy. What are they, and how do they mold the structure of the universe at their whim?
Okay, so let's see what I know. Quasars, if I'm familiar, they are like stars that are pretty much dying. They're like massive stars that are in the center of like most galaxies, and they're like actively dying. They're like dispersing their energy, and like quasar blast are, I mean, he already said it, just like the most powerful thing in the universe. The only thing when I was young, I was told that if a quasar hit the Earth, it would destroy everything so quickly that we would only like see that it was coming and then be done for. So yeah, that's pretty much the extent of my knowledge. I believe they're dying stars, but let's find out.
Everywhere you look, weird things in the sky. In the 1950s, astronomers noticed mysterious loud radio waves coming from spots all over the sky. They were named quasi-stellar radio sources, or quasars, because they were dots like stars, but were seen in radio waves rather than visible light. Everything about them was strange. Some flickered, others emitted high-energy X-rays in addition to radio waves, but all seemed to be tiny. They all moved extremely fast, as much as over 30% the speed of light. The only explanation was that they must have been so distant that their apparent speed was actually the expansion of the universe moving them away from us. But these enormous distances meant that quasars couldn't just be stars, but the active cores of galaxies billions of light years away. And it gets crazier. To appear so bright and loud, given these vast distances, they are thousands of times brighter than the entire Milky Way. Monsters exploding and screaming into the void with a violence not thought possible before. As we mapped the sky, we discovered over 1 million quasars, and they all seem to be very far away. Looking into space far away means very long ago, because light takes so long to reach us. Quasars were common in the early universe, having peaked in number 10 billion years ago when galaxies and the universe itself were still very young. Let's go back in time just 3 billion years after the Big Bang and see what was going on back then. The incredible power of quasars.
Okay.
How could an early baby galaxy be so incredibly bright and violent? All that light and radiation couldn't be stars, as there weren't nearly enough of them. And since galaxies tend to grow with time by merging, the starlight from small galaxies shouldn't be far brighter than any galaxy today. There's only one way to generate the vast amounts of energy a quasar shines with: feeding supermassive black holes. We still don't know how exactly they formed, but it seems that every galaxy has one in their center. But how can the brightest things in the universe be black holes which trap anything and everything that crosses their event horizon? Well, the light of a quasar is not coming from inside these black holes. Rather, it comes from the space around them, a massive orbiting disk of gas called an accretion disk. Quasars use the same fuel as stars to shine: matter. It's just that
Okay. So quasars are just like black holes. They're just like really massive black holes in the center of the universes, and they are what we're seeing is just like all the massive amounts of like material that they're just like absorbing and also spewing out at like super high rates. Because I know like sometimes with like black holes, like even though they do just absorb, they do send, sometimes they can like send a little bit of like that massive amounts of energy back outwards. I may just be talking out of my ass here, I don't know, but if that feels right, that feels right. And you know, most of science is actually based off of feelings. You know, they have this really old adage in science, feelings over facts. You know, that's something every scientist used to say back in the day. I think Einstein invented that.
black holes are the most efficient engines for converting matter into energy in the universe. The energy released by matter falling into a black hole can be 60 times greater than that released by nuclear fusion in the core of a star, because the energy released by a black hole comes from gravity, not from nuclear reactions. Matter falling into a black hole speeds up to almost the speed of light before it crosses the event horizon, buzzing with an incredible amount of kinetic energy. Of course, once inside the black hole, it takes that energy with it. You only get to witness this energy if you drop your matter in the right way, fall straight down, and the outside universe gets nothing. But when you have a lot of matter, it spirals in incredibly fast towards the event horizon, forming a disk. Collisions between particles and friction heat it up to hundreds of thousands of degrees. In a space not much bigger than our solar system, the core of a galaxy can release many times more energy than all its stars combined. This is what a quasar is. A supermassive black hole having a feast. And these black holes eat a lot. Typical quasars consume 1 to 100 Earth masses of gas per minute. 10 billion years ago, the universe was about a third of its current size, so the intergalactic medium was much less spread out, meaning the filaments of gas around quasars could feed them a banquet, making them vomit insane amounts of light and radiation. The brightest quasars power jets, tangling the magnetic field of the matter around them into a narrow cone. Like a particle accelerator, they launch enormous beams of matter out, plowing through the circumgalactic medium, forming plumes of matter that grow to hundreds of thousands of light years in size. It's almost unfathomable in scale. A tiny spot.
That actually makes sense. So guys, I was right. Anybody who questioned whether I was gonna be right or wasn't gonna be right, I got something to say to you. But I'm not going to say it on YouTube. So you know what it is. You know who I'm talking to. You over there, you thought I was wrong. You were wrong. So, yeah, looks like I'm a genius.
spot in a galaxy.
Guys, I'm not actually Cortazart. I know you guys are probably like, wait, is he actually Cortazart? No, I'm not. Turns out I'm not. I don't even think I'm German.
Carving out patches of the universe hundreds of thousands of light years long. But quasars can't eat for long, maybe a few million years, because their feast ultimately kills their galaxy. How quasars kill galaxies? Okay, maybe killing is a bit of an exaggeration.
I'm gonna say they probably like just absorb all the material within the galaxy, and I mean technically the black hole becomes the galaxy if you wanna think about it like that. Like where the galaxy was, there's now just a supermassive black hole, and yeah, it's just taking its spot, and it's gonna grow and it's gonna move on to another galaxy and eventually absorb that. Maybe get into another black hole and two black holes absorb each other. That happens over time.
A galaxy is still there after its quasar turns off, but it will never be the same again. Quasars, being among the hottest and brightest things in the universe, break their galaxies by heating them up too much and stopping star formation. Stars are gas that collapsed in on itself and then got really hot. But in a cloud of gas that's already hot, atoms are moving quickly. When they collide, they hit hard, exerting pressure that resists gravity's squeeze. So hot gas cannot form stars. Instead, the best gas for forming stars is already cold and won't put up a fight when it's time to collapse into a star. On top of that, quasars push gas out of their galaxies. Not only does this starve the quasar, but its galaxy loses the raw materials for new stars. As sad as this sounds, it might be a good thing for life. The alternative can be far more dangerous: too many stars. New stars forming is usually followed by massive stars exploding in supernovae, so planets would be burned sterile. But of course, it's more complicated. Like the intricacies of our own planet's biosphere, every piece of the galaxy is dependent on and influencing every other part of the galactic environment. While hot things like quasars and supernovae tend to push gas out of the galaxy, shockwaves and quasar jets can also compress gas, making new stars at least for a short time. But in general, we can say that without things becoming a bit more chill, we would not exist today. Which brings us to our final question. Did the Milky Way have a quasar in the past? It's unclear if every galaxy went through a quasar phase, but understanding distant quasars may provide clues to the history of the Milky Way. Galaxies don't do a good job of preserving their history. Like sand on a beach, the endless churning mixes away the clues to their past. It's possible the Milky Way was once a quasar, which may have allowed our supermassive black hole Sagittarius A star to have grown to 4 million times the mass of the Sun. And as dormant as it is now, Sagittarius A star could turn into a quasar in the future. In a few billion years, the Milky Way will merge with Andromeda. We've seen over 100 double quasars in galaxies smashing together, where fresh gas is provided for the central black holes. But it won't last for long. When galaxies merge, so do their supermassive black holes, sinking into the center of their new galaxy, kicking up dust and stars in every direction. We don't know whether this will happen, but it would truly be an incredible sight. Maybe some beings in the far future are going to witness it.
Now, as far as I'm aware, when that does happen, like two black holes actually like merging together, like they spin around and they kind of like synchronize with each other, and then one of them takes over or they become one. There's supposed to be like a really big shockwave from that. So I don't know about like any of these people just seeing it peacefully and happily. It's probably going to be like a super violent affair where like the massive shockwaves are probably like it's two black holes. They're probably going to be shockwaves like that are strong enough to destroy actual planets, if not, whole solar systems at a time. At least shifting them. Like that type of like explosion or that type of like shockwave at that massive scale will probably at least throw quite a few planets out of their, orbit, rearrange whole solar systems. So yeah, it may not be like a super fun thing to watch even if you could see it.
And be in awe of what they see. But you don't have to wait that long. There are already plenty of fascinating things to explore right here on this planet, right now, if you have the knowledge to understand them. To help you with that, we've created...
Guys, that's brilliant. Is there anything that's not an advertisement? Just because, guys, Brilliant doesn't pay me, but you could help if you like, comment, and subscribe on this video. Yeah, that's right. With your support, one day, I will be cosmonaut. Wait, is that? Yeah. I may have forgot how to fully pronounce his name, so when my editor looks at this video, they'll be able to correct me.
Of course, how technology works. Hacker, ride share, more. Start your...
Advertisement.
Been waiting for a sphere.
That was an advertisement.
2 hours, so...
Guys, Kurzgesagt, great video. I feel like we actually learned a lot today. Like, it was a very... I like this whole like educational space sometimes. You know, you ever just be in a mood to like want to learn and like talk about things that involve learning? It's fun. So guys, if you had fun today, please again, like, comment, subscribe. But also don't be surprised if I do a few more of these type of educational videos over the next couple of days. Especially as right now was gonna do a full Rocky reaction, but YouTube blocked it. So guys, if you want to help support, you already know what to do. Go ahead and hit that subscribe button, hit that like, and actually go ahead and leave a comment as well. But guys, I will catch you on the next one. Bye. All right, and we are back. 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 Welcome. All right, and we are back. And today we're back with another video about black holes. Now, who better to explain black holes? And this episode is actually what if you destroy a black hole is Kurzgesagt. Kurzgesagt is a great channel. I'm sure you all know them. More of you guys are going to be coming just to watch reactions for Kurzgesagt than people who just never heard of them before. So if you haven't heard of them before, go check out my other video. I already had a video with them and it was incredible. So go ahead and check that out. But if you had never heard of them before, or wait, no, that's not what I meant to say. I meant to say if you have heard of them before, but you don't, subscribe to them, go ahead right now, take a look at the link in the description below, and go ahead and subscribe to them. Make sure to like the videos, comment below, let them know that I sent you. See if you can convince them to subscribe to me, because I feel like that'd be personally cool. And also, if you haven't already, you should go ahead and subscribe to me. Go ahead and like, go ahead and comment below, go ahead and subscribe. Create a second channel, subscribe twice. It's all good. I don't care. And guys, remember, YouTube, if they find out that you did not like, comment, or subscribe to this channel, they will come through that door and they will. What happens if you destroy a black hole?
Black holes can destroy everything. But can they be destroyed? What happens if we push physics to the absolute limit, maybe even breaking it and the universe in the process? Let's create a tiny black hole about the mass of our moon in the Kurzgesagt labs and try to rip it apart.
Okay.
Experiment 1. Nuke it. Big booms break things, so to set the mood, let's explode the world's entire nuclear arsenal around our black hole. Boom. Black holes swallow whatever crosses their event horizon, matter and energy. And since E equals mc squared, all the energy that enters a black hole increases its mass. The mass of a black hole is proportional to...
Yeah, you're just making it more powerful this way. This is like chopping off the heads of the dragon thing in the Hercules movie, and then more heads keep growing. Like you can't, you gotta, you'd have to like slowly dissipate the black hole, right? Like you'd have to like just drain energy from it, like have like slowly be able to bounce off like the like get the energy that's coming out of it, because even though it absorbs everything, like because of like there's some law that I remember that's like one of the laws of like I think like the Hawkins radiation, right? So like as Hawkins radiation has happened, like slowly but surely a little bit of uh, information or data or material, whatever matter, whatever is like coming off a black hole, but it's happening in such small amounts that it would take like trillions and trillions of years for a black hole to like fully evaporate. But black holes evaporate, as far as I'm aware.
To its size, so as we nuke our tiny black hole, it just gets bigger and more massive. Experiment 2. Antimatter. Matter and antimatter annihilate each other.
Wait, do we got antimatter just laying around? Like, do we got some of that? Do we know what antimatter is? Do we know the anti-life equation?
What will happen if we throw
Shout out to anybody who knows about DC Comics. Only DC comic fans will know about the anti-life
the
equation.
moon's massive antimatter at it? Unfortunately, when an object enters a black hole, the black hole will completely delete its past identity, whether it's made of matter or of antimatter. Black holes only care about gravity, which only depends on the total mass energy of an object. And the mass of a particle is the same as its corresponding antiparticle, so throwing an anti-moon has the same effect as throwing a moon. The black hole just gets more massive. This deleting ability of black holes is pretty interesting. It means that despite their size and power, black holes are, in a way, similar to elementary particles. An elementary particle like an electron is an extremely simple object, fully specified by just 3 numbers: its mass, spin, and charge. And amazingly, the same is true for black holes. They have a mass, they can rotate, and carry an electric charge. Once a black hole forms, it doesn't matter if it comes from a collapsed star, an anti-star, or a banana, it will always be fully described by those 3 numbers, nothing else. But if a black hole is basically a weird particle, could we destroy it with an anti-black hole? Experiment 3.
Hole?
Anti-black hole.
Wait, again, do we have this technology? I'm assuming this is a fictional realm here. Why are anti-black hole? Are they just adding anti to everything in this and just saying like, hey, you got this, well, let's do the reverse of this? Like, come on, go with my idea.
Exciting. A particle has the same mass as its corresponding antiparticle, but opposite charge. Since a black hole has mass and electric charge, its corresponding anti-black hole should have the same mass and opposite electric charge. What if we make them collide? Sadly, the charge will just add up and cancel out. So after the collision, we'll just get a new black hole twice as massive with no charge. Okay, we need to think bigger and stretch physics harder. Experiment 4. Destroy the event horizon. It's true that a black hole can carry spin and charge, but even for these crazy objects, there are limits. If the spin or the charge of a black hole becomes too large, something really weird will happen. The event horizon will dissolve. In a simplified way, we think of black holes as hiding a singularity inside, an infinitely compressed mass with such strong gravity that absolutely nothing can escape from its surroundings, not even light. This is why a black hole looks like a black sphere of nothingness. The event horizon is the outer edge of this ultimate prison. Cross it and you'll never be able to come back. But when a black hole rotates, it works a bit like a spinning washing machine. It's as if the rotation wants to repel nearby objects and push them out of the black hole, which doesn't happen because its gravity is so strong. But if the rotation gets too fast, this effect will win and the event horizon will disappear. Nearby objects won't be imprisoned forever anymore. The same thing happens with the electric charge. Make it too large and our ironclad jail will break open. If we manage to destroy the event horizon, the singularity would still be there, and objects would still naturally fall towards it. If you hit it, you would still die horribly and quickly. But the vicinity of the singularity won't be an inescapable prison anymore. You could get as close as you want and come back. This should count as destroying the black hole. Can we do it? Experiment 5.
Technically, I will give you a technicality. You're destroying the black hole. That does seem like you're just masking the issue.
Overfeeding. All we have to do is to overcharge or overspin the black hole. We could do this by throwing objects with a small mass and a lot of charge or angular momentum so that the charge or spin increases faster than the mass. We have to overfeed the black hole until it reaches the point where it breaks open. However, whether you can actually do this is the subject of passionate argument among physicists. Think of a charged black hole. Equal charges repel each other, and the more of the same charges you squish together, the more they push back. So let's say that we have a negatively charged black hole and we want to overfeed it with electrons, for example, whose charge is far larger than its mass. The electrons will feel an electrostatic repulsion, and the more electrons we throw, the larger the negative charge of the black hole will be and the stronger the repulsion. But once we reach the upper limit, the electrostatic repulsion will be so strong that it won't allow any more electrons to come in. At this point, the black hole will refuse to be overfed. With the spin, it's similar. Once the black hole reaches its upper limit, it won't gobble more spin. But some scientists have discovered what looks like a loophole. If an instant before the black hole reaches the limit, we throw the right amount of matter in just the right way, it looks like we could actually overfeed it. Most scientists are skeptical, but let's give it
I'm very skeptical about this one now. This just feels like this is not going to work. Like, I'm sorry. Like, something about this just tells me this is just somebody who just theoretically was like, yeah, maybe this will work. But I don't even think the person who thought of this was 100% confident that this theory held a lot of weight to it. Like, I feel like they were just kind of like, this is one of those chill theories. This is one of those like, hey, it's Saturday night, guys. Like, let's go hang out. But before we do, let me write down this theory right quick. That's just my opinion, guys.
a try anyway. The end? Breaking physics. There is a catch though. The event horizon of a black hole hides the singularity. So destroying the horizon would leave us with a naked singularity, one that is not hidden by an event horizon. And this poses a problem. It could mean the end of physics as we know it. There's a big dirty secret about black holes. Contrary to widespread belief, the singularity of a black hole is not really at its center. No, it's in the future of whatever crosses the horizon. Black holes warp the universe so drastically that at the event horizon, space and time switch their roles. Once you cross it, falling towards the center means going towards the future. That's why you can't escape. Stopping your fall and turning back would be just as impossible as stopping time and traveling to the past. So the singularity is actually in your future, not in front of you. And just like you can't see your own future, you won't see the singularity until you hit it. But you also can't hit something that's in your future, only sort of experience it, like you'll experience your next birthday when it happens. Singularities that are in the future are not a problem because we can't see them or interact with them. But a naked singularity would be in front of us for all of us to see. What would we see? Well, the whole point is that it's impossible to know. A singularity is a region of infinite gravity, and gravity is the bending of space-time. At a singularity, the bending is so radical that the fabric of space-time is literally broken. Space and time don't exist anymore. This means that you can't predict anything, since predicting means making a forecast about where and when something will happen. But where and when have lost their meaning. So we have an unpredictable thing with infinite gravity and therefore infinite energy. This means that anything could come out of it for no reason, from a pile of bananas to lost socks or a solar system. Predictability, causality, and physics as we know it would break down. We think that singularities should exist in nature because we can prove that under very general conditions, gravitational collapse leads to the formation of singularities. However, scientists think that nature forbids the formation of naked singularities. Something enforces the creation of an event horizon around them to prevent their insanity from infecting the rest of the universe. Without event horizons, physics may not make sense at all. So although
I do love the idea of like the sense, like they're pretty much making it seem like the singularity is like a like a being, like something that actually has a presence to it. Like they're not actually trying to make it seem like that, but the way they're describing it gives me the thought that this is like an imprisoned being, that it has to be imprisoned within the black hole, which leads me to thinking of like a whole type of like comic book type movie scenario, whatever, where there's like a this is where, like, I don't know, God trapped like some type of demonic creatures and they're now black holes, and that's why black holes are bad, is because secretly they just are like prisons for some type of super powerful evil creatures. These are things that just pop up into my brain when I heard that, guys. uh, Also, they didn't just try the experiment of just like absorbing energy from the black hole slowly, like, or in this scientific, we're making things up scenario fast. Like, they just have another thing that just like, absorbs small amounts of energy from this thing, but then do that at a rapid rate. Again, I just feel like you could have done this. Use the whole Hawkins radiation thing to your advantage.
Black holes have been portrayed as the ultimate monsters of the universe. They may actually be the heroes that keep us safe from the madness of singularities. So if we do destroy the horizon, we might destroy the fundamental rules of the universe. You know what? Let's not do that. Conclusion: the safe option. As far as we know, there's just one safe method to destroy a black hole: wait. All black holes emit tiny particles, a phenomenon called Hawking radiation. This process causes them to slowly lose mass until they eventually evaporate, leaving behind no horizon and no naked singularity. The time it takes for a black hole to completely evaporate depends on its mass. For our mini black hole the size of a speck of dust, it will be about 10 to the power of 44 years. 10 billion trillion times the present age of the universe. So is it possible to destroy a black hole? Yes, we just have to wait.
Thank you.
But you don't have to wait that long. There are plenty of fascinating things to explore right here on this planet
Really?
right now, if
Are
you have the
there?
knowledge to understand them. To help you with
Guys.
that, we've
I believe this is an advertisement. Now, unfortunately, this advertisement will not help me, but what I will do instead is, because I am a fan, I will give you the advertisement. So, guys, this video from Kurzgesagt was sponsored by Brilliant. Brilliant is an amazing website where you guys can go and learn how to study things on your own. A lot of different creators have resources on Brilliant. They have their own things on Brilliant. You can get additional videos from them. And guess what? You can go to brilliant.org/nutshell and you will get a promotional discount from them or something with them. Start with introduction classes. Let's say you want to learn about probability and statistics. Bam, they got introduction to probability. They got applied probability. They have statistics fundamentals. You will literally be able to be like, yo, what proportion of moviegoers saw both movies? And you will know that type of information. You will know that not everybody watches the second movie. You'll be exploring. You'll know the difference between misleading graphs and proper graphs. Like, what does this graph actually mean right now? What are they talking about here? This is like Starbucks customer count by age. What's the difference? What's wrong here? Is it the age, sizes, or the ranges? Honestly, it's this is a weird range. I'll be honest. Learn about GDPs. Learn about how much money countries make and how they're making their money, guys. Learn it all on Brilliant. Go to brilliant.org/nutshell. Use their promo code. You'll get 20% off memberships on all their content. Unlock it, 20% off. That is good money you guys are saving. Let's say it's $100. You guys are going to save 20% of that. That's $20. It's probably not $100. It might be more like $10, which means you guys are saving $2. It's only going to be $8 for you guys, theoretically, if that is the real price. I don't know.
Everything fits together. The next limited edition pin is here, kicking off the
And they got
scriptwriting
limited
team
edition
here at
pins.
Kurzgesagt comes up with all those
How do they come up with all this stuff?
next existential dread-inducing topic. It landed on black holes. I guess we'll have to obey the wheel. What? Space is infinite? Yes, let's lean into that. Brain-eating amoeba? We'll turn it into a video. And since we don't want to gatekeep, we turned it into a pin, so everyone can get inspired by a new jolt of existential dread every day. It will also look great on your jacket or backpack. Pre-order of this very special limited edition pin is available for only 72 hours, so order now before time runs out. Add it to your collection or start a new one. The next limited edition pin will be revealed soon.
That's funny because this character kind of reminded me of like Ash from Pokemon. Pretty sure that's what they were going for. But also, that's a great deal. Guys, this was a good episode. Again, Kurzgesagt, make sure you're following them. Make sure you're going, getting some information. I'm so glad at the end they actually took my advice. Once again, guys, I know I'm going to have to fight the rumors that I actually am part of this team because obviously I'm just brilliant. You know, I was able to figure out the real solution to this at the very first moment of this video, and anyone who says anything other is a liar. They do not know what they're talking about. Do not believe them. Listen to me because I knew what I was talking about. Am I a scientist? I'm a little bit of a scientist myself. If anyone gets that reference, then congratulations, you're part of the cool club. If you don't get that reference, you need to watch Spider-Man. Sam Raimi's Spider-Man. You know, that's where you're gonna learn that type of stuff from. Maybe that last Spider-Man movie. I can't remember it like that, guys. All right, guys, I'm rambling on. This video was great. If you liked my reactions to this video, make sure you like, comment, subscribe. Make sure you comment below. Make sure you comment any recommendations of any other videos. And if you did not like my video or reaction, why are you still here? That is wild. Get out of here. What are you doing? But yeah, guys, as always, I appreciate anyone who's staying along this who's staying here this long. I am speaking ridiculously right now, so I will go ahead and take that as a sign to say peace. Bye. All right, and we are back. 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 Welcome. All right, and we are back. And today we're back with another video by Kurzgesagt. Now, obviously, you guys know I actually love the Kurzgesagt channel. This is actually a really good channel. Very educational, very like it gets my mind in that like real scientific place. So I really like that. And this time it's going to be an interesting one because this video is called "You're a Dream of the Universe," according to science. Now, guys, if this is a dream, somebody wake me up when September ends. Yeah, you get that, right? So yeah, if you guys haven't heard of them, which I'm sure you have, make sure you go to like, comment, and subscribe to the Kurzgesagt channel. And if you're just coming to me from them and you never heard of me, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe on my channel. First you like the video, then you subscribe, then you comment, or you can comment and subscribe. You know what? I'm not a picky person. So guys, let's get into this video. But before we do, here's the serious part. Really serious time. Come here. If you guys don't like, comment, and subscribe to these videos, YouTube will come through that door, and they will. Kurzgesagt, you're a dream of the universe, according to science.
Absolutely everything you think about yourself and the universe could be an illusion. As far as you know, you are real and exist in a universe that was born 14 billion years ago and that gave rise to galaxies, stars, the Earth, and finally you. Except, maybe not. You may actually not exist for real, but be the dream of a dead universe. You and everything you think exists. Crazy as it sounds, this may be an unavoidable consequence of our best scientific theories about the universe. Okay, this is a bit much. Let's start at the beginning. We need to understand three concepts for this idea to make sense. 1. The arrow of time. What distinguishes the past from the future? Put a drop of red ink into a glass of water, and you see the ink spread until it fills the container, but never the opposite. Colored water where ink spontaneously concentrates and becomes a drop at the surface again. Time always seems to flow in the direction in which the ink spreads. But if you take a microscope, all you will see will be a swarm of molecules colliding at random. There are no rules, no forwards and backwards. Every individual motion that happens can occur in reverse. But we perceive a sort of arrow of time that makes things happen in one direction. How does this phenomenon occur? Well, this arrow of time is not actually fundamental, but a matter of probability. When ink molecules spread to fill a glass, there are many different slots of space they can occupy, and therefore many different possibilities.
Guys, this video is already crazy. Okay, here's my initial thoughts on this before we get started anywhere else. I understand where he's going with the flow of time here, and that's part of our human perception. But my question is, if the universe is not real, let's just say, let's go on this theory. The universe is actually a dream. We're all living in it. Isn't that the same as us being alive for real? Like, obviously it wouldn't be like us being alive, but like the fact that we still get to live our daily lives and do everything that we do in life, what would be the difference between the reality and the realness if we can only experience the real, like what we experience in life? Like, if you aren't able to actually ever able to escape whatever is the dream or the because this right here is just another version of saying that we live in a simulation. Like, this is simulation theory, but like probably like the original version of simulation theory. Because I'm sure the simulation theory didn't really get started until like the 80s or 90s or something like that. Probably around the time the Matrix came out in the 2000, like 99. But with that being said, like, what would really be the difference if you yourself could never experience the other side? You know, does life change for you in any way, knowing that this is the boundary of it and that maybe there is more out there, but you'll never experience it? Is there really a difference between that and just continuously already living in the current universe in perception that you currently had in your mind? Nothing, just nothing changes.
Possibilities to combine them. And just like your chances of winning the lottery grow the more tickets you have, the probability that ink molecules will end up filling the glass is much higher than the probability that they'll concentrate in just one spot. So it's not that the ink forming a drop again is forbidden by the laws of physics, it's just extremely unlikely. To see it, you'd have to wait about 10 to the power of 100 sextillion years, a 1 followed by 100 sextillion zeros. If you had this much time to spare, eventually, by pure random chance, you'd see a red blob form again. Actually, with enough time, you could see any shape forming, like, for example, a small, red, soggy brain. Okay, let's move on to idea 2. 2. The far future of the universe. Our universe was born 14 billion years ago in the Big Bang. It expanded and evolved to give rise to the myriads of galaxies and things. In other words, the universe is kind of a glass of water with a lot of ink doing stuff. It has an arrow of time. But the universe is not a static glass, it seems to be getting bigger at an ever-increasing speed because of dark energy. Basically, everything in it is getting more and more diluted. In about 100 trillion years, the last star will die. Then, few interesting things will happen for the next few decillions, vantillions, and googles of years. Eventually, the universe will be a dark place fully dominated by dark energy, a rapidly expanding ball of pure space almost devoid of matter. You might think that this would lead to the ultimate death of everything, but dark energy has one last surprise for you. In a universe dominated by dark energy, space expands so dramatically that it creates a cosmic horizon around you, a border beyond which nothing will ever be able to reach you, not even light. So for every practical purpose, the universe has become a glass of finite size about 36 billion light-years wide, surrounded by an impassable cosmic horizon. Such a universe glass is basically a giant black hole turned inside out. We know that due to quantum effects, all black holes emit a tiny amount of particles, a phenomenon known as Hawking radiation. And so does our inside-out black hole. In the end, this radiation will fill the universe glass with particles again. At this point, so far in the future that giving you a number has no more meaning, we've reached the true final state. The universe has now become a closed box full of particles at an extremely low but finite temperature. And since they have a temperature, they undergo random motions. Or in other words, a glass filled with water and ink and an infinite amount of time ahead. Things are about to become interesting again.
So what he's saying is like after, like the universe itself, if you think of the universe itself as a giant black hole and how black holes like slowly but surely like let loose a little bit of information, then our universe outside of the horizon of nothingness that we like outside of like a certain point of the universe, obviously you can't, it's impossible to get there. No matter how fast you're going, no matter what you're doing, it would never happen. But if you did make it out there somehow through, let's say, some just random magic ability, you made it out there. Eventually, what they're saying is just like how the black holes let loose that information and eventually they explode with all that stuff just being released. That's pretty much happening slowly to the universe. Which, here's my theory that you guys may or may not have heard before about the black hole and the Big Bang of the universe. So obviously, as you know, what's going to happen is eventually all the light's going to die out in the universe one day. Nothing is going to be left except black holes. Black holes are eventually going to get bigger until they get all the natural matter, like any matter in the universe. It will all be sucked up into one of many black holes one day. Those black holes will eventually collide with each other, absorbing each other, getting bigger. One of them will get bigger and the other one will not be in existence anymore. All that information still goes into the singularity. All that material, everything there still goes into whatever singularity wins. Eventually there's going to be one huge mega universal black hole that's going to absorb every other black hole around it, everything. They're all eventually going to collide. They're all going to become one. When that one explodes, that's going to be the Big Bang. And chances are it's already happened. We're probably living in Big Bang number 15. Who knows? You don't know. We don't know. I don't know. But, that's just my theory on it.
3. Typing monkeys and fake universes. Eternity is a long, long time. So now, even the most extremely unlikely things can happen. The fluctuating particles are bumping into each other over and over and over again, creating every combination of particles that's possible. They're like a monkey typing at random on a typewriter. Almost all of the time it types gibberish. But with enough time, eventually it will write the first acts of Hamlet. And with even more time, the complete works of Eminem. If ink in our universe glass generates any random arrangements of particles, what could they be? Well, a spontaneous fluctuation could give rise to a planet, or to a galaxy, or even to a lot of them. So maybe our universe has already ended, and all we see around us is a pop-up universe. Not a universe that evolved from a Big Bang, but one that fluctuated into existence by pure chance. And that, like the drop of ink, will only exist for a while before dissolving again. Being random, pop-up universes could be similar to ours, but with funny glitches. In some of these universes, dinosaurs are riding snails. In another, stars are made of blueberries. In another, you're wearing a funny hat.
I mean, first of all, some of you guys are already wearing funny hats. Second of all, the moon is made out of cheese. That's why they won't let you up there, guys. the government will never let you up there because they know people are going to eat it. Except for me, because I don't eat cheese. Neither does my girlfriend, and that's why she's incredible. So, guys, just remember, it is all real. Anything you've heard on the internet from any random person is real, you know? And even though you may have seen a quote from like, maybe like a former president saying that like the things you see on the internet aren't real, I know another president, George Washington, who said, believe everything you see on the internet because I would not lie to you. He also cut down some cherry trees.
Scientists in such universes wouldn't understand those glitches, so maybe the greatest mysteries of physics are just nonsense bugs of our pop-up universe. But not all possible fluctuations of our dead universe have the same probability of occurring. Smaller fluctuations are much more probable than bigger ones. A planet is more likely than a galaxy. But you know what's even way more likely? A human brain. Are you actually just a brain? You think, therefore you exist. But what else do you truly know? In the end, your brain is just interpreting signals from your senses and creating a world that you experience. So technically, you could be just your brain that thinks the world is real. And if we follow the logic of the...
Guys, I gotta tell you something.
So technically, you could be just your brain that thinks the world is...
This image would be a good thumbnail. Like if I just cut it here and then like do like some type of pose like right here, like hey, hey, hey. Like if I do something like that, I do feel like this would be a really good thumbnail. I just thought of that and I wanted you guys to know.
Is real. And if we follow the logic of the ink in the universe class, in particular, you could be a disembodied brain that, just by chance, emerged in a dead universe with your complete set of knowledge and memories. This is a pretty bizarre idea, but if we do the maths, it's kind of pretty solid. Let's compare the number of brains inside bodies in a living universe with the number of naked brains in a dead universe. Let's go really big and imagine that a total of 100 quadrillion humans will live around Earth, and that the same amount of people will live around every star in the universe. If we add this together, we get about 10 to the power of 41 brains inside bodies that will exist. However, in a dead universe that has had enough time to explore all possible fluctuations and that will exist forever, the number of naked brains that would emerge is, well, infinite. So the probability that you're a floating brain is not only vastly larger than the probability that you're a real human, it's so inconceivably larger that we can't even meaningfully quantify the difference. How do you compare a number to infinity? So, are you a
Okay, but here, how about this logic? Let's say with that same logic, because I've heard this, again, this whole thing is just like a slightly fancier version of the simulation theory. The universe is already very old. The chances of another civilization creating a simulation of a universe is very likely, considering we have created video games. We have created things like The Sims, which are just simulations of life. So if we've done that, why wouldn't another creature or another being at a higher scale do that as well? Now, if you can take that into account, and what's the likelihood of another highly advanced civilization creating something like a random life simulator out of boredom or for a specific scientific purpose, like you'll understand that like we're more likely to live in a simulation than we are in the real world as well. Like this is the same theory. The real question is, what's more likely, that we are a floating brain out in the universe that's already dead, or that we live in a simulation? Compare those two. That's like comparing infinity to infinity right there. That's like comparing infinity plus 1 to infinity plus 2. And I know that's possible. So, that's my argument for that.
floating brain?
And obviously, guys, those, the chances of those both happening, obviously they say they're high. But again, that doesn't affect your life. You still got to pay your bills, guys. You still got rent to pay. You still got that phone bill. You still got that light, power, gas, freaking, that goes for home gas and for your car, guys. You still got to get gas before you go to work. Make sure you probably had to stop to the gas station before you got home today. Some of you may be at the gas station right now. You still gotta do that. The world being a simulation isn't gonna put gas in your tank, guys. It's not gonna get your phone bill paid. It's not gonna get your rent paid. You know, regardless, you gotta go to work. So like, what is the difference? Put me in the simulation where I could just relax all day. Where's my robot, guys? That's why I can't believe the simulation thing until I become rich. Once I become rich, I will start entertaining the idea of the world being a simulation. On days where I get to be like, you know what? I feel like taking a week off right now, and I will. Once those days happen, I will start entertaining the idea of us living in a simulation.
That exists for one moment in time, then basically forever passes, and then you exist for another moment in time. Maybe not even in that order. Maybe your life happens backwards, and you just don't notice. Maybe you've lived trillions of times already. Are you the dream of a dead universe? Really? Like, really? Well, probably not. First of all, there are a few.
First of all, we're living in a turtle's dream. We are the dreams of a turtle that has the world or universe on its back. That's obviously the real scenario there. That's why they will never let you go into space. I'm sorry, guys. They won't. If you try to go into space right now, I bet you somebody will stop you. It's because they don't want you to see. They don't want you to like get outside of the dream turtle. You can't escape it. We're living in a turtle's dream.
Few loopholes. For example, dark energy could behave completely differently from what we think today and lead us to another future. Or maybe our dead universe will be too motionless to allow the creation of brains, even with infinite time. Or maybe the universe will end up dying in another way. Our understanding of the cosmos doesn't have a solid enough foundation for anyone to worry if they're real or not. Loopholes aside, if you were a fluctuating brain, all the laws of physics stored in your brain would have originated at random and shouldn't bear any relation to the real world. But we just used those laws to prove that you're a floating brain. So even if you believe that you are a floating brain, you'd have to admit that you have no good reason to believe that you are actually a floating brain. Okay, so
you would instantly contradict yourself because you would start using laws of physics that you yourself created to prove that you are something that the laws of physics couldn't prove because you are completely randomly making up those laws. Also, that means everyone's understanding of it is different. And also, it would probably mean that I'm the only real person in the universe because I'm currently talking. And, if you guys are watching me, then you're probably a simulation. I'm real, though. Sorry to tell you this. You're part of my dream, bro.
this hallucinatory trip might teach us something about our theories about the universe. But in the end, it's just a really weird exercise in what you can do with physics. An exercise of what brains and bodies are able to think about. So don't worry, you're not a dream of the dead universe. Probably. At Kurzgesagt, we love discussing topics like Boltzmann brains because we're convinced that taking science and philosophy seriously is really important for having a positive impact on the world. We're lucky because this is our job, doing something impactful we also enjoy. If you're also aiming to make a positive difference, where should you start? Well, we've noticed a lot of advice about having a positive impact isn't based on the best available evidence. Today's sponsor, 80,000 Hours, aims to offer some that is.
Hey, that's what's up, guys. 80,000 hours. They're going to help you guys. They're going to give you guides on like why you should be learning this type of information. The reason I'm doing this, guys, as some of you already know, is how I feel about sponsors. I love that people have sponsors. I really enjoy it. Any person I watch who has a sponsor, I support them. But, you know, the sponsor unfortunately does not pay me. But what I will do instead is help them along with their sponsorship. So guys, you have it. Your answer right here, 80,000 hours in your career. That's a long time. You know, they're going to help you with this stuff. They're going to help you find a job. They're going to help you learn about jobs, researching stuff, you know, keywords. You're going to find out things like how many lives does a doctor save? That's only part one. There's multiple parts to that series, guys. You're going to find out how many people doctors save in real time. They're going to be like, yo, a doctor just saved a kid down the street. Add it to the list. And you're probably going to get some type of discount through Kurzgesagt, but you know what you have to do? You can't hit, I don't have one of those subscriptions or links that will immediately give you the discount, but I do have a link to Kurzgesagt. It's down below. You can go to him. They will over there. They'll help you. They'll make sure that you get the right link that you're looking for. It's in their bio. They'll go to this website, do the / do Kurzgesagt, and then you get the savings. It's fun. It's really cool. So yeah, guys, great sponsoring by myself. How incredible am I, for real? Shout outs to me. What else are they gonna say here? Nothing. Guys, that was a great video. It was more of a philosophical exercise, mentally, how do you feel about living in a dream or simulation or any other thing that you like to think. The turtle, living in a turtle's dream, that's another one. This is just living in the universe's dream, so they just took the turtle out of it. I feel like they should have brought up the turtle, guys. Now I'm actually starting to feel away. Why didn't they bring up the turtle? They could have drawn a turtle. It would have looked really cool. Why didn't they do it? Is this some type of turtle conspiracy that they have here? They possibly are anti-turtle, but we shall find out in later videos. Yeah, I don't know. Simulation theory, all those things, they're kind of the same for me, where I feel like, yeah, they could be real, but even if they are, does it matter? It's like the whole, it's similar to religion, and I'm not going to say it's the exact same, but it's on a similar note. When people, you don't have to be for it or against it. Just know, I'm not going to be the person that gets upset when somebody tells me they don't believe in God or anything. I may be like, oh, but I do, and there's all this, look at the universe and all this stuff, but I'm not about to try to convince you. That's exactly how I feel about this. If you believe in it, that's cool. I'm not going to try to convince you that it's not real. I'm just, if it is or if it's not, you still got to go to work at the end of the day. So for me, it's more does it matter? Because at this point, at least when it comes to religion, you're hey, maybe my soul is going to go to a place afterwards, or maybe I'm going to be reincarnated as something really cool, or maybe, I'm trying to aim for the Brava and I don't even want to be reincarnated. The moment I get reincarnated, I'm like, oh man, I failed. I was supposed to be, rebirthed and, been a part of one with the universe. But no, now I'm back into Earth. Man, I want to be part of the universe so bad, but again, that maybe you're a brain that's floating up in space and then a bunch of other brains. You know what? If you think you're a brain in space, comment below. And honestly, I feel like you should just stare in one direction, just staring at one direction until you start to see the universe. It's probably going to happen if you are really a brain floating in space. You're going to look out for a little bit, concentrate really hard. You're going to start to see some stars. It's either going to be you actually realizing you're a brain in the universe, or you're probably passing out. So make sure you breathe. Make sure to breathe, guys. So yes, with that random rant there and randomness out of the way, guys, remember, comment, subscribe, not only to me, but to Kurzgesagt. They're a great channel. If you've made it this far into this random rant, then guys, subscribe, like it, comment on it. It's weird that you made it this far and aren't doing those things. So do those things. And as always, guys, thank you for watching. I appreciate you. If you subscribe, you're an angel. And as always, bye. All right, and we are back. 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 welcome. All right, and we are back. And today we're back with another reaction. I haven't done a science reaction in a while, so I figured I'd go ahead and throw on the old Kurzgesagt, see how they're doing. What new science is going on here, and it looks like this time they're going to be talking about the end. And I don't mean the end of their series or anything, hopefully. It looks like they're talking about the end of the world. What the universe is going to be like when the world or when the universe ends. I keep making it the world, but this is bigger than that, guys. This is the whole freaking universe. So, this is going to be a big topic here. So guys, if you're not familiar with Kurzgesagt, go ahead, comment, subscribe to them. The description will be down below. Also, make sure you check out some of my previous videos that I did for Kurzgesagt. They're great videos. They get pretty decent views. People like some science stuff. So let's watch some science stuff together. It's so diverse on this channel. Is what I'm really trying to say here, guys. I'm incredible. So with that being said, guys, make sure you comment, and subscribe to this channel as well. I'm in my head right now, guys. So I'm just saying things. But here's the serious part. Very serious part, and I don't want anybody to misconstrue this part. If you don't comment, and subscribe to the channel, subscribe is the most important part. YouTube will come through that door, and they will. The last thing to ever happen in the universe.
The universe today is happy and healthy, with exciting things going on. But at some point, the night will turn dark. Everything that once was will peacefully sleep forever. But what is the last thing that will ever happen, and when will it be? It turns out there is such...
Okay, before this video really gets started, I'm gonna go ahead and do the pause thing and do my whole interjection thing. But guys, I feel like the last thing that's going to happen, and I don't know, I haven't seen the video, but I feel like he's going to do like a whole recreation of the universe thing. It's going to be like the last thing to happen is like, so and follow me here if you guys already know about science a lot, you're big science heads out there. But like when the universe goes through the whole dead, time where the heat death, and then there's going to be nothing but black holes left and dead planets. Eventually all those black holes are going to absorb all the material in the universe. Eventually those black holes are going to start to absorb each other. Eventually there's just going to be one big supermassive black hole in the universe, and this is trillions upon trillions upon trillions of years from now. But once that happens, there's just going to be one big black hole left in the entire universe, and it's going to take up the circumference of the known universe, and then it's going to slowly start to trickle over time and slowly start to do the whole evaporation, black hole evaporation, the Hawking's radiation, all that stuff, and then it's going to explode, and then all the material from all the black holes and all the galaxies will still be in there deep below in that, black holes storage unit, as you would call it. And then that's just going to cause a big bang and then recreate the universe. So that's just my theory, but let's see what they got to say.
Such a thing, and you probably haven't heard about it. Let's travel to the end of the universe and look at the last thing. After a messy birth, our universe was a sleepy baby, warm and dark, filled with swirling clouds of hot hydrogen and helium. The story of creation is a story of this gas and where it will end up. Shortly after, the universe got busy making the first generation of stars. They were massive and lived violent lives, forging new elements, only to release most of them when they blew up. Countless stars were born and refined the gas available in the universe, cycling matter around, each generation giving most of its gas and fresh elements to the next.
Now, mind you guys, this is all happening over the course of billions of years. The first few seconds of the Big Bang, insane, crazy, a lot of stuff happening. After that, it's a lot of just heat. It's a lot of just like, oh, things are just happening right now, editor, throw in a Bill Wirtz meme or something in there.
What's the universe made of? Dreams, bro.
But yeah, things were just really happening in the universe for the first few seconds, and then things were continuously, but not at the same pace, happening for the next like couple of million to like couple of billion years. When I say a couple of million, I meant like a couple of 100 million years to like a couple of billion. Things weren't like really popping off like that around the universe that we know of. Maybe some of the earlier galaxies closer to the Big Bang, they're probably so far ahead of us that it's insane. They'd come down to us, we'd be like, oh man, that's God right there. But that was an alien. you know but guys, it's insane how crazy when you really think about the concepts of like any galaxy that's closer there got all the things that we got, but first they're probably so far advanced that they died out already. Who knows?
But not all gas is returned. Every time a new generation of stars forms, they also make more and more red dwarfs that burn slowly and live for trillions of years. When they die, they don't give their gas back to the universe, but turn it into white dwarfs. So red dwarfs lock up more gas forever. Some more gas is locked forever in other remains of dead stars, neutron stars and black holes, which is bad as it reduces the material available for new stars. Today, the universe is a great home for us and will remain so for billions of years.
Yeah.
But most of the gas has been used up or trapped. Over 90% of the stars that will ever be born have been born already.
Aw.
To get to the last thing to ever happen, all other things.
Hey, shout outs to the, less than 10% of stars that haven't been born yet. The future is yours, guys. You can do it. You are a star. You will be a star. I'm only talking to the actual gases watching this video. If you're a human, then you're probably just okay. But if you're out there being formed in the concepts of space, and you just so happen to hear my voice echo throughout the galaxy one day on some type of weird thing, that signal that we're sending out to the universe constantly just to see what's going on, I hope you hear this message, and I hope you know I believed in you.
Need to happen first. The next few 100 billion years will be fun and a great time for galactic exploration.
Yeah.
But step by step, large stars and stars like our sun will die out. Eventually, almost all the stars will be red dwarfs slowly dying. The end of everything, but not quite. In a few trillion years,
That not quite gives me hope that I was right in the beginning. Let's see.
the cosmic gas will finally have run out. About 88% of the mass of every galaxy will be white dwarfs, 2% neutron stars and black holes, and about 10% gas giants and sad brown dwarf losers. White dwarfs are the corpses of old stars,
Not
not
losers.
much bigger than Earth, but on average as massive as half our sun, some even much more. This makes them the third densest objects in the universe, after neutron stars and black holes. About 1 million times denser than the sun today. Since they used to be active stars, their surface can be as hot as 150,000 degrees. White dwarfs are dim, hot, dense spheres that don't do anything anymore. But eventually, even white dwarfs will die because they're slowly losing their heat.
Yep.
It takes at least 10 trillion years, more than 700 times longer than the current age of the universe. As they do their cooling down, the universe around them will irreversibly grow dark, as more and more white dwarfs burn out and turn into dead husks, black dwarfs. Spheres of death, as cold as space itself, invisible against the dark backdrop. Over trillions and trillions of years, every object in every galaxy is eventually either ejected into the void or its orbit decays and it will fall into the central black hole and be destroyed.
Yeah. Now, okay, here's my question about that. It literally just hit my mind. Is that a theoretical concept? Because if they're saying it takes longer than it takes for the universe to, that's been around for those to happen, that means there can't be any currently in the universe. This is just a theoretical thing. There's white doors, but there are currently no black doors. So if anybody again is like a scientist, if anybody is in the field of space, please provide me that knowledge. I want to make sure that I just heard that correctly, because from the sounds of it, we don't have a single black dwarf yet. We think that they're going to happen. We're like 90% sure that it's going to happen, but it is not like a bona fide fact that this is what happens based off proof or evidence, just based off of how old the universe is and how long they're saying it takes for one of these things to be created. Just please, guys, correct me if I'm wrong out there, or like if I'm just, if I sound like I'm just like, oh, whoa, you didn't hear it. Please, I want to make sure you guys are explaining it properly.
In about a quintillion years, all galaxies have evaporated and every object is on its own, in the center of its own observable universe, emptiness as far as can be seen in any direction, traveling through black nothingness. Still, there are things that will happen. Black holes are dying, slowly. They'll fizzle away by emitting Hawking radiation until they're so small that they die in a final flash of light. This will take about a googol years, 10 to the power of 100 years, until the last supermassive black hole dies. A number so absurd, there's nothing to compare it to.
Yeah.
Maybe some living beings could have survived around black holes, but even this science fiction option ends now. After this unsettling amount of time, we're not even close to the end. Now is the time of the black dwarfs. It turns out there's some weird physics going on inside the dead husk of stars. The weird physics of black dwarfs.
Okay.
A black dwarf is a sphere that...
I don't think I've heard about the weird physics of black doors. Let's see. I want to know about this. And yes, I did pause it just to make that announcement, because this is a reaction video, guys. And I don't know if you know, but
size of Earth, as massive as a star, but almost as cold as absolute zero. Stars stay alive because of their intense heat in their cores. So why do black dwarfs not collapse into a black hole? What keeps them together? Deep inside a black dwarf, matter is squeezed to densities millions of times greater than anything we see on Earth.
okay.
The pressure is so great that electrons can't combine with the nuclei to form atoms. Instead, matter is weird, degenerate. The nuclei are compressed by the weight of the star, locked into a rigid lattice, while the electrons form a plasma between them. And these electrons hold the star together. We're simplifying, but imagine matter as a subway train and electrons as passengers. If there are empty seats, passengers spread out because they care a lot about their personal space. But as a black dwarf is so incredibly dense, this is like squishing more and more passengers into our train. Gravity is pushing in, trying to collapse it. The passengers are forced to sit and stand close together, which they hate. And so the passengers, our electrons, try to push out against gravity as hard as they can. This way, the electrons that are having a horrible time in the crowded train that's the black dwarf hold up the star. Everything else in the universe may have crumbled already, but these tiny particles push against each other until the end of time. Or they would, if quantum mechanics didn't ruin everything. Simplifying a lot, when particles get close enough, sometimes they can jump at each other and fuse together, a process called quantum tunneling. This happens constantly in stars because of their intense heat. It's one of the key reasons stars can fuse elements into new ones. But it also happens at a temperature near absolute zero, just, well, mind-numbingly slowly. This is the final step to creating the last interesting thing to ever happen in our universe. Here, in this lone black dwarf, something fantastic occurs. Nothing happens for 1 trillion years. Nothing at all. Can you imagine that? But then, a single fusion reaction. 2 carbon nuclei combine by quantum tunneling to become magnesium. Another 100 trillion years pass. It happens again. Then nothing for another bazillion years. Oh, 2 oxygen nuclei combine into silicon. As eons pass, the nuclei in the frozen black dwarf slowly combine, making new, heavier nuclei. And these take even longer to fuse, but given enough time, they eventually will. Remember the breathtaking amount of time it took for a supermassive black hole to evaporate?
Yeah.
That's a brief moment in comparison to what's going on here. The difference between a second and trillions of years has lost all meaning. Over a time so absurd that it has no name, nuclei keep fusing into heavier elements. Until, when silicon nuclei fuse, they form nickel-56. Nickel-56 is radioactive, which which means it's unstable. And when it eventually decays and turns into iron, it emits two positrons, antimatter electrons. And these two positrons find two electrons and annihilate them and themselves, which is a problem. Remember how the uncomfortable electrons produce the pressure to hold the star together?
It's going to be like a chain reaction. So these like anti matter materials are only going to need to hit like one of these things, and then they're all just going to like chain react and explode. And that's how these black dwarfs are going to go. But okay, here's another thing though. Didn't they just say the last supermassive black hole in the universe is going to go like take like pretty much like 1,000 times less time for this? So with those black holes, like the supermassive ones, then absorb this, which may or may not stop this whole which I mean actually would stop this whole chain reaction from happening. Oh no, because unless he's just talking about the ones that didn't actually get absorbed by the black hole, I think he's actually referring to the ones that get shot out just from like losing their they got shot out of their orbital rotation or their orbit, and then they're just drifting off into space with no black holes around. Okay. I think that's what he's saying. Guys, again, correct me if I'm wrong here, but that is the explanation between this. So, okay, I'm right here. First, if one of these goes, I'm pretty sure all of them are going to go. But again, this is in a scenario where it doesn't get absorbed into a black hole. Gotcha. Guys, I'm pretty smart, guys. I don't know if you know this. I don't know if you've been watching the channel lately, but you know, I'm a pretty smart guy.
Destroying the electron means fewer friends to help them hold up the star. Losing an electron does not give them more space to scratch their butts, it just makes gravity squeeze harder, the walls closing in on those that remain. In the case of the most massive black dwarfs, this is catastrophic. Bit by bit, the black...
Okay, guys, I was wrong. It wasn't like a chain reaction thing. Well, technically it is a chain reaction because them doing, you know, the ones disappearing makes the area go smaller. That's a chain reaction. But, you know, it wasn't what I thought it was going to be. It wasn't like, oh, one of them gets popped and then immediately, bop, 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 they're all gone. No, it just makes less of them. The area that they have available to them gets even smaller than it was. Okay, that makes sense, guys. I'm still pretty smart.
Black dwarf turns into a sphere of iron and more electrons are annihilated. For at least 10 to the power of 1,000 years, almost but not quite forever, there's no visible change in the entire universe. And then, finally, the last thing to ever happen happens. The black dwarf has lost one too many electrons. It can no longer support its immense mass and goes into an uncontrolled collapse, a supernova. It first implodes and then explodes as bright as a galaxy and fills the empty universe with light again. A beautiful moment nobody will get to enjoy. And then, as quickly as it began, it's all over. Darkness again. Emptiness. That was the last thing that will ever happen. The universe may now be truly dead. But don't be bummed out about it. This is so far away in the future that forever hardly describes it. Today, the universe is the best place it could be for us. And you can sleep tight tonight, knowing the last interesting thing that will ever happen is forever long away.
Nice.
For now, there are still plenty of interesting things to discover.
Oh, wow.
And the younger you start discovering, the more you'll understand about the world we live in.
Hey.
Our sponsor KiwiCo helps
KiwiCo, guys. Obviously, you know how I am about advertisements. I enjoy them. I love them. Unfortunately, I don't get paid from this one, but I do want to give a shout out to it. You know, KiwiCo seems like a really great company. I'm not going to fully go do the whole I'm doing their thing for them this time. Except maybe I will. KiwiCo. What is
it's
KiwiCo?
It's a head start there with a range of unique crates.
Oh man, get these unique toys and items to help your children learn how to be creative and get into their engineering bag early, you know? Because let's be real here. Kids, they're learning all this stuff. This is extremely fun stuff for them right now. Once they get into like the high school, the college, all the stuff that they need to actually be an engineer is going to be boring and it's going to be difficult. But the earlier you get them started on this stuff, the easier it's going to be for them later on because they'll already know the basic concepts. This is incredible. And you know what? Kurzgesagt is giving you guys some deals on this stuff. You guys have to check out the link in my description. Go to his channel. He has the actual link to this stuff. Look at this. This is teaching babies how to formulate like patterns and like get things together. This kid got probably three different ways to fill in that circle right there, multiple ways to fill in that triangle, multiple ways to fill in this square right here. This kid is going to be smart. It's just a fact at this point, guys. I don't even know how you can deny it. This is incredible. I've never seen anything like this. This right here, I can tell this baby looks pretty smart.
Different lines designed for kids of all ages.
Look at that. Look at that. Guys, it's not just the one thing. They can do a lot of different things. I missed the rewind on it, but you know what I mean.
The excitement of a trip to the museum site. Like us,
it's incredible. These kids are going to be learning a lot.
KiwiCo spends a ridiculous amount of time on fine-tuning each crate.
They spend so much time trying to figure all this out, guys. They be tinkering and figuring it all out, the right pieces to go to the right places. It's not here, it's there. They want to make sure that your kids are learning the right way. And you know what? Look at this right here. It's not just blocks and like wooden things. There's actual electronics to this. They're going to be learning about the early stages of electrical engineering, guys. They're going to be learning about, the amps and things like that to get things working. It's probably going to have some contraption with LEDs. And then they're going to be like, oh man, I made this glow. And you as a parent are going to be like, holy crap, my kid's a freaking genius. I could have never figured this out when I was that age. And you're right. You couldn't have, because you didn't have these things here. You didn't have the advertised product.
Need to complete the
Look at this
project
kid.
at home.
This kid's going to get into a STEM program. She's going to be a freaking genius. Look at that. Can you as an adult do that? No, that's the answer. Unless you are within this field, then maybe. But probably not.
We might also have decided to
It's not going to look as cool as that little girl's. It's not going to look as cool as any of these kids. But you know what is cool? You can help your kids or yourself get this level of coolness. One, go to that site. Use the code Kurzgesagt. You see it right here. Kurzgesagt, guys. Get it done. Get it for the kids. Make sure that the next generation has opportunities that the current generation, actually, you guys also had stuff like this. But, let's make sure that it keeps getting better and better. It's going to be better than the ones you had as a kid.
KiwiCo and get the best
Come
deal.
on.
Month.
50% off, man. Half the price. Take the price, take half of it off. That's how much you're saving if you go there, use that code right there. Look at this. Here's the code one more time. You see the code, guys.
Or if you want to try
Get
it out
that
first,
deal.
they also offer individual crates in the KiwiCo store.
Individual crates. You don't even have to do a subscription. You don't even have to do a full-on month-to-month subscription. You can just get one item for your kid. Maybe you're like, oh man, I really, even with the 50% off, I really can't afford all the screwy. You can afford it because they got individual packages, guys. Incredible.
At Kurzgesagt, we love to spark curiosity.
Love it.
And we love to work with companies that share this goal.
Exactly. 2 companies. Incredible. KiwiCo, Kurzgesagt, working together, helping the kids, educating their parents. What don't they do, guys? So yeah, guys, that was a great video. I enjoyed myself, especially at the end there. I like getting into my little advertising bag. So if all you advertisers are out there watching, come on down, come on and hit me up. Hit up your old boy. So yeah, guys, that was actually a pretty fun video. I was actually caught for a loop at the end. I was not expecting it to actually have like a actual permanent ending. I thought they were gonna do like one of those like misdirects where they say this is the end, but then turns out here's the misdirect, the loophole around what they're saying. Like this is the end, kinda. And then that happens, but I guess the misdirect was it's gonna take so much time for this final event to happen that it might as well be completely forever in the future. Which another interesting misdirect, but again, I feel like this whole video is just like subject to the fact that like uh some things will get shot out of the universe, out of our known universe. So like all those supermassive black holes taking over everything and all that stuff and creating a new universe could still be a thing. He didn't technically disprove that theory, just kind of added to it that like also out there will be, you know, lone planets, dwarf, black dwarf stars that, you know, may still have a little bit of stuff to cook up in the universe, a little they still got another bang of their own to get out. So yeah, that was a great video, guys. Nice to get back to the science stuff. Shout outs to you guys if you are interested in the science stuff. If you haven't already, make sure you like, comment, subscribe on the to me, subscribe to me, comment on the video, like the video, go watch other videos and enjoy yourself. Have a good time, become part of the community. We're on the road to 500 subscribers. We're getting pretty close. We're doing pretty good, guys. But I know you guys, the new people who are just watching this and haven't subscribed yet, I know you're like, whoa, I meant to subscribe, but I missed that subscribe button. But now, guess what? Second chance. You get to hit that subscribe button again. And it's a really cool thing that happens when you do. If you want to know what that cool thing is, make sure you hit subscribe on the channel. So yeah, guys, this has been a fun one. I think there's enough existential dread for most of us here. So it's been great. Again, if you followed through and you've made it past all the random rambling, congratulations. You can now subscribe. And for everyone who's already done all the things that I want them to do, and you're just like, whoa, how much longer this video? Here's what I always say. Thank you. I appreciate you. Bye. All right, and we are back. 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 Welcome. All right, and we are back. And today we're back with another reaction video. And today we're going to be watching a science video. I feel like we haven't done science in a while. I like science. I'm sure you guys like science. Anybody who's read this thumbnail and then clicked on the video likes science. So that's what we're going to be doing today, guys. And today we're going to be back with Kurzgesagt, The Paradox of an Infinite Universe. Now, this seems pretty interesting to me. The whole infinite universes thing is just a very interesting concept. I love the idea. I wonder if they're going to go with like the whole, like every time we do something, then it creates another universe thing, or like if they're already going to come up with like, there are constantly just universes popping up. So, I mean, or were there already infinite universes and we're just one of the many already? So I don't know. We're going to get into it. If you already watched the video, then but don't spoil it, I guess, for me, which easy enough for you to do because this is how time works. I've already done the video by the time you're watching this. So, don't spoil it for others though. But if you haven't already, please like, comment, subscribe to the channel. We're always trying to bring new stuff out to the channel. I'm always, just trying to push some new content out there for you guys. So just make sure you comment, you subscribe, you like it. Subscribing is super important though. And if you haven't heard of Kurzgesagt already, or if somehow you're living under a rock, make sure you go subscribe to Kurzgesagt. The link will be in the description below. Also, guys, make sure you check out some merch. Make sure you check out the other videos. Make sure you just check out all the stuff here. Because if you don't, and here's the serious part, I usually don't say this, but I'm going to say it in this video. If you don't like, comment, or subscribe, more importantly, subscribe, YouTube will come through that door, and they will. Kurzgesagt, the paradox of infinite universe.
Is the universe infinite?
Hold on now. Hold on. Let me turn these closed captions off. I don't want to spoil anything for anybody or myself.
Does it have an edge?
Hold on. What was the... Let's start.
Is the universe infinite? Does it have an edge? And if so, what would you see if you went there? Today, we know that the universe had a beginning 14 billion years ago and that it's been expanding ever since. But something that's expanding should also have an edge, right? Well, it sort of does. Information can't travel faster than light. That means that we can only see parts of the universe whose light has had time to reach us in the last 14 billion years.
True.
When we look outwards, what we see is a sphere centered on us, the observable universe. But it gets a tad more complicated. Because the universe has been expanding, we know that the most faraway things whose light we can see are actually 45 billion light years from us right now. So the observable universe is a sphere with a radius of 45 billion light years. It contains around 200 billion galaxies, each with hundreds of billions of stars. So for us, there is an edge. We're looking at the past until there is just no past left. This edge is really more like an edge in time and, in a sense, meaningless.
Wow.
The real universe...
This is crazy because, okay, you're looking at the past every time you look into space for real. Because obviously, like you just explained, everything takes time to get to us, light included. So all sources of light in the galaxy, all other galaxies, take time. By the time we see them, they may not, I mean, they're probably still there, but some of them may not even be there anymore. There's a good chunk of them that are no longer there that we're still seeing because it just takes like that much time to travel. But like, it just brings up what was there before, what's outside of the observable universe. You know, it's almost a moot point, as they say, because we'll never be able to see it. Like, you'll never be able to travel to the current edge of the universe. So like, it's, and like every second it gets even more impossible to get to that edge. Like, even if you were a galaxy close to the edge, it would take you forever just to make it outside. Like, and we don't live in a galaxy close to the edge. That's the problem. As far as I know, we live in a galaxy that's pretty much like in the middle of the universe. You know, maybe not directly in the middle, but we're somewhere around there. But it's like, we'll never be able to see, you know, we'll never be able to get that edge. We'll never be edging, guys.
Is for sure bigger than what we can see. But how much? There are two options. Either the universe is really big but finite, or it's truly infinite. A finite universe,
Guys,
big but finite, or
which one are you guys going for? Finite or infinite universe? If I had to choose right now, which I'm telling you guys to do, so you do have to do it, but I'll go ahead and do it too. I will go ahead and say that the universe is finite, but here's my caveat or caveat, whatever, however you say, you know what I mean. Caveat, that's what I mean. Here's my caveat. The universe is finite, but it is so big that it feels infinite. Like, it is a finite universe, but it is like this. It's like the scale of the Earth to an ant, where you pretty much have unlimited. Like, you'll never know. You can get all the ants together. You know, they'll be able to go around. They'll run. You know, they'll never like run out of space for real. Like, but it's still really big. But it's still a finite. You know, we know how big the Earth is, but that's on our scale. We don't know how big the universe is, and it's gonna feel like that for us. Like, you know, how big is the ocean to a freaking grain of sand? You know what I mean? Like, to one grain of sand, the ocean feels infinite, but you know, we know how big it is. To a whale, the ocean feels huge. but I'm sure they still notice that it's not infinite, or maybe they don't. But I don't know what type of, you know, what whales be doing in their personal lives. But you know what I mean. All right, guys, make your decision: infinite or finite.
It's truly infinite. A finite universe means that if you want to fill it with ice cream, you can do it. You need a lot of ice cream, but it is a finite amount. But that leads to a weird problem. Such a universe should have an edge, a cosmic wall where space ends. And if there's an edge, there should be something outside that edge.
Yeah.
But the universe by definition is all there is. So how could there be stuff outside all there is? Does the idea of something outside of everything even make sense? Except, of course, there is a physics hack. You can have a universe that has no border, but that still could be filled with a finite amount of ice cream. What if the universe is truly finite? Imagine an orange and a really tiny ant. The ant can only see a small piece of the skin, just as you can only see a small chunk of the universe. But if the ant starts walking, it will eventually walk around the whole orange and be back to its starting point. So the skin of an orange is not infinite, but it doesn't have a border. The universe is not like the skin of an orange, but it could be very similar. Instead of a sphere, it could be a hypersphere, where 3D space is curled on itself.
You know, it feels like they should have just went with my metaphor and compared like the Earth to an ant. You know what I mean? Like, you guys know what I mean. Like, if you're watching this video, you already know they should have went with my metaphor, right? Like, I know I didn't write this, and I know how they already made the video before I watched it. Like, come on. But like, you know, I made the better metaphor, right? Like, you right there watching it, you, Charlie, Joseph, Chrysanthemum, whatever your name is, you are watching this and you're thinking in your head, dang, he made a way better metaphor than Kurzgesagt did. And I understand it. I honestly understand it. I respect you for bringing that up. That's why I paused here. That's why I'm commenting, because we both know, like, we both understand this. This is part of the reaction. I am reacting to me having a better metaphor. That's incredible.
Which is impossible for your brain to visualize, unfortunately. But the point is, no borders, no outside of the hypersphere. From our human ant perspective, our whole 3D space is like the peel of the orange. If you were aboard a spaceship flying in a straight line, you would eventually come back to Earth. How does any of this make sense? The actual physics is hard, so we have to simplify and lie a bit here. But in a nutshell, it all boils down to gravity. The way it works is that mass creates gravity by bending space-time.
Yeah.
This bending is the strongest where the mass is, but sort of stretches on forever, like a very mild tension in the fabric of space-time itself.
Yeah.
This could bend the whole universe in a way where it bends back on itself, which then makes the hypersphere. If you find this confusing, we're with you. If the universe happens to be a hypersphere, how could we find out how big it is? On Earth.
So wait. Let's just make sure we all on the same pace here, because I think I understood it, but I want to make sure y'all got it. So like,
This could bend the whole.
they're saying that the universe is so, you know, obviously we know that, like, how gravity works. It creates the kind of like a dent in gravity. Like, let's say gravity itself is like a sheet, you know, like a bed sheet. But then you drop something on it, that little indent is like what gravity does to the fabric of the universe, if you will. So they're saying that just by having all the galaxies themselves are weighing down on the bottom, but also the ones at the top are curving it enough. Like, they're not bringing it all straight down. They're actually curving it around them at every point that they're at. So now the universe kind of just curves into a circle because, you know, at all angles. That's an interesting concept. I don't know why I never thought about that before. Hey, it feels like something I would have thought about before. But again, even with that being said, the outside the observable universe, like, let's say there is a out of the observable universe, would you be able to see it if there's no light coming from it? Like, if you lived on the very edge, let's say you were like right here, like you live right here. Whoa, you live right here. But you can like see this, But you also see this. Now, light's coming from here, but it's like nothingness coming from here. Now, would you be able to tell the difference between seeing the non-observable universe and the observable universe if nothing is coming from, like, what if it just looks like darkness? Like, I know in the imagination it's like, oh, there's just gonna, it's actually like there's no border, there's no actual like edge. Like, this is like a, think of like a mist where it just kind of like ends. Like, there's the universe and it just like ends in my imagination. It's like a mist. But like at the end of that mist trail, it's not like there's like it's just like there's just nothingness, which is just probably looks like the nothingness within the observable universe, because all we're really seeing is the light, which is from the galaxies and all the other stuff, the suns, all that stuff. But there's nothing there yet. It would just look like darkness, like nothingness, no stars, and I guess that would just be the non-observable universe, just a place where there's space, but there's nothingness at the same time. There's nothing filling the space. It's empty space, which we have empty spaces within the observable universe. You know, this area right here would be like freaking so many light years apart. Like this area that the core is on right now, this is so many light years apart. That's nothingness. There's nothing there. That would be in my mind, that's the equivalent of everything right here. There's just nothingness, but it just never ends. So you'll never know when you hit the non-observable universe versus when you're in the observable universe, because by the time you even get back to the observable universe, everything's stretching, everything's moving. You know, things will be so far apart in this place that it'll feel like this place, you know, eventually. But that's just my opinion. You know, comment your opinions.
Universe in a way where it bends back on itself, which then makes the hypersphere. If you find this confusing, we're with you. If the universe happens to be a hypersphere, how could we find out how big it is? On Earth, we can see things disappear below the horizon, and that helps us calculate how big the Earth is. Scientists tried to find some sort of universe horizon.
Hold on now. Don't let flat earthers hear about this part here now. Guys, if you believe that the earth is flat, you may not believe that this is like accurate here, even though this is. Now, here's the inaccurate part about it. It's the scale, because obviously people aren't that big. You know, that's where in your flat earth mind, you're getting confused, because you see the person on top of the area and you're assuming, well, that person could clearly see that. Like, no, this is a fictionalization. This isn't real. This boat would be smaller. This person would be smaller. You wouldn't see this boat even before it even got that far. You would see it you would stop seeing it way sooner than that. You know, that's all I'm saying. So I just want to make sure. And also this person does have like a telescope, and, you know, let's say this is a fictionalized hill or mountain that they're on, a cliff, if you will. You know, again, this isn't real. This is fake, guys. So if you're a flat earther, stop it.
How big the Earth is. Scientists tried to find some sort of universe horizon that would reveal the scale of the cosmic sphere, but didn't see anything. Which means that if the universe is a hypersphere, it needs to be so big that from our perspective, it looks like we're living on a flat surface. For this to make sense, a hyperspherical universe should be at least 1,000 times bigger than our observable part. It could be 1 trillion times bigger for all we know, but not smaller than that. Some scientists thought all of this is way too straightforward and came up with a wilder option.
I love how they're like, that's too simple. You know what? What if it's just so big that we can't see it? Like it's on a huge scale. Very similar to what the earth is to people. And I just went on the flat earth rant, so I won't go on it again. But now they're saying that part is too, like, now they're like, I don't know. That's too simple. What if it's more complex? What if it's not? You know? What if it's not? What if it really is the simplest thing is the answer? I don't know if you heard of Occam's razor before.
The universe could be like the frosting of a donut. A hyperdonut, also impossible to visualize for your brain. This too means that if you travel in a straight line, you'd get back to where you started, but with fun complications. In a hyperdonut universe, there's not the same amount of stuff in every direction. If two spaceships fly in different directions, one could get back to the start way earlier. This also means that light from faraway galaxies would do fun and confusing stuff in a sort of cosmic Hall of Mirrors effect. We could see faraway things in two places, but not just that, we would see it in different moments in time, because its light would have taken much longer to travel in one direction than the other. You could see a star being born in front of you and see that same star die on the opposite side of the sky.
Okay, now that's an interesting concept. This is more complicated because it means we could be looking at the same stars. Like, let's say we're looking like east at a star and we see something going on with that star, but then we look from the western direction, we will see that same star without knowing it. We may initially think it's a different star, but it is in real life the same star, and that one is like dying or no longer there, but we're just seeing the same thing at two different times because of how the light is reflecting from the galaxy. Like from this direction, like if we're looking from east, that light's coming at us super quickly, so we are, seeing the oldest stuff, I guess. And then if we come around from there, it's like that's light from like things that already, like, I don't know, that's like the star already dying, like the wait, so I guess the seeing it from east would be that would be where the light was coming out later, but then seeing it from the west would be like the quicker light, where we're like, oh man, we see that this thing already died, that's crazy. But then we look over here, we're like, oh man, remember when that star was still alive? This is what the star used to look like. But if you look over here, it's no longer there. Like the North Star could be a reflection of some type of southern star that is no longer there, and we just see the North Star when we look north. But when you look south, it's just not there. But it's the same observable universe. If that is like, that could be the case. I don't know. That is a crazy concept. Why would you make this more complicated than it needs to be? It's fun, but is it practical? I don't know. I feel like the other one may be more reasonable.
Sky. How big would such a hyperdonut universe be? Well, because of its strange geometry, actually this is kind of the smallest possible universe, potentially just a few times bigger than the observable universe. But it could also be way, way bigger. We don't know. Okay, so much for finite universes. But what if it's truly infinite and space goes on forever? What would that be like? What if the universe is truly infinite?
Okay, guys, again, do you think the universe is truly infinite, or do you think it's finite? I like the two ideas for the finite one, they're interesting. I like the first one a little bit more, but also I like the one that I came up with the most. So we're going to add that one as the third idea. So which one do you think is the best one? Now, if I think of a fourth, and if I think of another idea for the infinite universe, I'll let you know.
Actually,
again, just so we're clear, my idea was that the universe is finite, but it's like a mist of sorts, where like once you let's say it's a spray or something like that. Like when you're in the edge of the observable universe, it just ends. There's no edge to it. It goes in and out of existence. It's there, but then it just stops being there, because the universe that we know of has energy and all the other stuff. The non-observable universe may also have energy that we don't know of. Could be the same dark energy that we look about in the observable universe. We don't know. But from my perspective, the universe is just the concept of all the galaxies and light and everything that we get from it being the observable universe. So non-observable universe would just be emptiness with no stars, galaxies, in no materials in it that we are aware of, and you wouldn't know the difference. It would just look like the normal universe, but just black, just emptiness, no light, no sources, anything like that. If you went out into the non-observable universe, you would not know the difference.
The cosmological model used by most scientists describes an infinite universe. We mostly use it to calculate what happens inside our observable chunk, but if taken literally, it predicts an infinite universe. An infinite universe goes on, well, forever, with no border anywhere. Also impossible to visualize. Wherever you look, you'll find more and more stuff in every possible direction. This kind of breaks our brain a bit for a few reasons. First of all, if the universe is infinite, is it also eternal and has been there forever?
Yes.
What?
How did it start? This is the question she gotta ask. What came first? Believing in God or there being a God? I don't know. How did God get into existence? How did the universe start? These are questions we have to ask ourselves, people.
Was there a time when there was nothing everywhere, and then there was something everywhere? Well, we don't know, but we have a lot of evidence for the Big Bang, so it really seems like the universe started at some point in the past. But wait, since the Big Bang, the universe has been expanding. How can an infinite thing that's everywhere become even bigger? Cosmic expansion just means that the distance between galaxies is growing with time.
Yeah.
Even an infinite space can become bigger. Welcome to the paradoxes of infinity. Infinity gets much weirder though. As you travel with your spaceship in a straight line, you find new galaxies, stars and planets, new wonders, new weird stuff, probably new aliens and new life forms stranger than you could ever imagine. But after
Hey, what are these things here? What are these a reference to? I don't know. Like, somebody tell me. What are the references to? Oh my gosh.
a long time, you might find the most special
Why?
thing in the universe. Yourself.
Why am I like this is the real question. Like, it's not about the video. It's really about me and myself. I need to have like an internal reflection on why I decided to do that type of joke right there for no reason. Like, I don't even hate Rick and Morty. Like, I love the show. Now, I'm not going to say I like the show. I really like the show. But like, oh, there's a Star Wars reference right here. What the heck? This is hilarious. Okay. You know what, guys? Sometimes you got to look internally and be like, is it me? Am I the problem here? Or, stuff like that. And chances are it probably is. Like, there's a good portion of you out there. It is your fault. But then there's a lot of people out there. There's like 30% of you out there who like you are the problem. But then there's like a 40% of you out there who you're not the problem. And then, like the another 30% out there, there's 15% out there who are like they're kind of the problem, but they're not. Then there's another 15% bad circumstances. They're like sometimes they're the problem, 90% of the time they're not the problem. So yeah,
An exact copy of you watching this video right now. How can that be? Well, everything in existence is made of a finite amount of different particles.
True.
And a finite number of different particles can only be combined in a finite number of ways. That number may be so large that it feels like infinity to our brains, but it's not really. If you have finite options to build things, but infinite space that is full of things in all directions forever, then it makes sense that by pure chance, there will likely be repetition. Although, just because something is possible, doesn't mean it will actually happen. Maybe the universe goes on forever, but only the boring stuff repeats itself endlessly. Maybe there is really only one you. But if the laws of physics are the same everywhere, then far, far away, gas could have given birth to stars and planets where primitive genetic information could emerge from chemistry, which might have ended up in cells and animals that evolved in really unlikely ways, and eventually apes that learn how to create online videos. It happened at least once, so the chance is not zero.
Yeah, that's true. Because if we made video games, then there's a chance that aliens in the or the past, future, whatever, also made video games. There's a chance that we're just a video game, people. Now, if you're playing this game, you kind of need to get a life, because this is not like the most fun game in the world to be playing all the time. So, like, seriously, that's that part. But like, with that being said, we're probably real. We're probably real. I'm real, at least. I don't know about you. You might not be real. Check yourself. Just pinch your arm, pinch in the center. And if you feel that, you're real. But if you don't, then I have bad news for you. And I don't want to spoil it, but you know the answer.
Even if the chance of there being an exact copy of you watching this video right now is almost zero is still a huge number in an infinite universe. Unfortunately, you'll never meet, because almost zero still means the chance is incredibly small.
Yeah, don't don't give up hope, guys. You know, I believe in you. Like every one of you guys, I truly believe in you. I think you might be able to meet your doppelganger slash exact universal replica if we do live in a universe, an infinite universe. Now that's just me. I have faith. Do you believe that you can meet that other part of yourself? Because you know what? Again, that's if you believe in infinite universes. If you believe in a finite universe, you don't got to worry about these problems. But if you believe in infinite universe, I believe in you.
Earth, as it exists right now, is so unlikely you'd have to travel incredibly far to find a second identical Earth. Some 10 to the 10 to the 29, a 1 followed by 100 octillion zeros, times the size of the observable universe.
Not impossible. Not likely, but not like, never say never. You know what I mean? Like, you never know. What if the other you is also thinking the same thing and they're like, yo, I want to meet. And then y'all, you somehow figure out the way to make it halfway. They make it halfway. Bam, y'all met each other. Divide that number by half. Maybe there's more of you guys out there. Maybe there's like 5 of you. You all do it. Maybe you divide that number by a fifth. I don't know, man. Come on.
So far that it kind of means forever far away. Still, in a truly infinite universe, every combination of particles could reasonably not just occur only once, but an infinite number of times.
Exactly.
It's time to stop now.
You ever saw like Kang the Conqueror? Like, what if, think about it like this. What if your infinite universe selves are like Kang and they're all working, they're all thinking like, you know what? We all do want to meet each other. Don't be that one that's like, oh, I didn't want to meet my other universe selves. Oh, I want it to be different. Don't be that guy. Meet your infinite selves. And maybe it'll be really cool. I don't know. Hopefully it'll work out better for you than it did for Jonathan Majors.
While these scenarios are possible on paper, we've entered science philosophy here. Currently, none of these ideas are testable or provable.
Okay.
If the universe is infinite, we will never know. The reality is, for us, the universe is finite and has an edge. And we can see the edge in time. Everything we can interact with is within the observable universe, and most likely, this will stay true forever. Even if this finite universe feels small to you, it's more than big enough to fulfill all the dreams that we and our descendants can ever come up with. Infinitely enough for all of us.
Wow. This is a very interesting animation that they're doing for this right here.
Infinitely enough for all of us.
I like it. I like what they're doing here. I see the vision. I like the concept of what they're doing here.
While we can't be sure whether the universe is infinite, many fascinating questions do have definitive answers in science, maths, and technology. And you can learn all about them on
Brilliant? Oh my gosh. Guys, you could be learning all this stuff on Brilliant. Go to brilliant.com. Please, you'll be learning all types of stuff. Man City wins by year. Do they win every year? I don't know. I don't watch that sport. What else? You'll learn. Home win versus home red. I don't know. What's likely to be given? Who's going to get the red card? I don't watch that sport once again, but you might, and this is going to help you. This is going to be for you. You're going to get points. You're going to level up. You're going to be asked practical questions and being able to answer the practical questions because you're a practical person. And you know what? Now's the best time ever to learn about probabilities and disruption, and it makes sense on why he's doing this, because with probabilities, you will be able to learn who is going to get that red card. Who's going to get this fancy red card? Who's going to win? Arsenal, Man City? I don't know. I don't watch this sport once again, but you will know because you will know the probabilities now. And you know what else is a probability? There's a probability that you will click on the subscribe button. So do that and make sure you go to the link in the description so you can check out this whole thing, Kurzgesagt, the Paradox of the Infinite Universe video in full, and you can go to brilliant.com. You'll get all the brilliant stuff, guys. Get it now. Do it. Do it. And look at all the cool stuff you get to do. You take tests and learn. This is the new. Look at the lessons. Those words, like the words here, they'll be real words. And when you go to the website, trust me, believe me, you'll get 30 days of a free trial, bro. That's a whole month. You get 1 month of education, free learning. What college is doing that for you? None of them. Some of them may be doing that, but most of them are not.
You can
doing
start
that.
your free 30-day trial
Get the free 30 days
by
right
signing
now.
up at
Come on.
200 people to use the shell.
Come on, brilliant.org /nutshell. Go ahead. You'll get 20% off membership, unlock all the content. So not only do you get the free 30 days, but then you also get a 20% off the membership. So you're saving money and you're saving more money. It's like the rich getting richer. This is like, oh, you're rich? Well, here, go ahead and take this discount. Oh, man, I can't believe you already have money. Well, shit, take some more money. Oh, my gosh, I didn't even know you had money already. I thought you were poor. I was going to take money away from you. But no, you're already getting a savings. So now we're going to give you more. They're just throwing it at you. It's ridiculous. Welcome to the upper class, people. All right, that was an interesting video. I like the concepts in that. I'm sorry, it feels crazy to go from that type of random ad reading and stuff to just like doing this, but the video was so interesting. I love again, I'm still more on the concept of it being a finite universe, but on the scale that it's so big, it's gonna feel infinite no matter what. But also, like, we got to come to a distinction of like, what is the universe? Like, what is a universe? Like, is the universe just everything we can see and everything in it? Is that just that's just the observable universe, in my opinion? The non-observable universe is still the universe. It just doesn't have anything in it. We just can't see that far. That's all that means. So like, the universe could be infinite. There's just only stuff in certain parts. What if after you get outside the observable universe, things just go to a bigger scale of universal scales? So it's like now you got to travel the size of a whole universe just to see more universe. And then people are going to be like, oh, what if that's just a donut? Or what if it's the same universe? What if it's a completely different universe? And now you go there. But again, that's just a whole, like, you'll never be able to do that because nothing can go that far, nothing can go that fast. All the million reasons why you'll never be able to see the observable universe. Shout them out. But let's just say, forsake all that, we have this imaginary, incredible spaceship that can go anywhere, and also the crew can last forever for some reason. So now we are on the spaceship, and now we leave the observable universe. What do we see? In my opinion, nothingness. But maybe if you go far enough, you'll see a whole nother universe. Does that just make one universe, just connected and it's just very distant? Or does that mean there's a separate universe out there? And is that just that universe's observable universe? I don't know. These are questions you got to ask yourself, people. But yeah, if you like that video, like, comment, subscribe. I definitely want to do some more science videos soon. So this was a fun one. But guys, as always, thank you for listening to my random ramblings. I appreciate you. I love you. Bye. All right, and we are back. 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 Welcome. All right, and we are back. And today we're back with another reaction video. And this time we're back with another video from our good friends at Kurzgesagt. These guys are amazing. They're making really great content. And this one seems like a very fun video. Possibly or possibly not. This is titled "Smoking is Awesome," and I gotta say, I kind of agree. I think smoking is awesome sometimes. Now, it's not good for you. You shouldn't do it. Don't. If you don't do it now, don't start. But if you have done it, you can testify that it's awesome, but it's not good for you. So you should probably stop doing it if you do it. So I don't know the direction of this video, but I have a feeling it's going to be one of those things where it's like smoking is awesome, but, and then you're just like, oh, what are the side effects? So we'll see. But guys, make sure you like, you comment, you subscribe to the channel because you never know what'll be next. But also, if you haven't heard of Kurzgesagt or you're living under a rock, you just haven't subscribed to them yet, make sure you check them out. Link will be in the description below. But besides that, I do want to make sure to thank everyone here for all the, the new followers, the new subscribers, anyone who's been joining on to the, what this channel is here. We got some recommendations, so I want to make sure if you have any videos you want me to check out, recommend them in the comments, guys. And also, guys, I never talk about this. Literally, it's like one of the things I almost never talk about. But if you guys don't like, comment, and subscribe, more importantly, subscribe, YouTube will come through that door right over there. And they will. Kurzgesagt, smoking is awesome.
The problem with smoking is that it's kind of amazing. This is an irresponsible thing to say.
I love how they started off like this. Guys, I literally said the same thing. Smoking is fun, but don't do it. Stop it.
But if we're going to talk about it, we might as well do so honestly. Smoking creates a temporary problem and offers an instant solution. Once your brain is used to nicotine, for up to 72 hours you're itchy, nervous and stressed. But one drag and instantly you feel really good. But it's way more than just a physical addiction. Smoking helps you focus at work and is an excuse to take regular breaks, which is good for you mentally.
Hey, yo. Okay, I know this isn't going to be a pro smoking video the whole time, but so far those are two pretty good points. If anybody who knows who smoked at work before knows that when you come back from that smoke break, man, you do be kind of, let me get into this, boom, bam, boom, bam. And also, let's be real here. If you're a smoker and you go out for that smoke break, you're never going to be alone. There's always going to be one or two other people there. You get your little crew, you get to know people. A lot of times it be like, people even, you could be like a new guy getting to know a manager and stuff just because you guys randomly took a smoke break together. I'm telling you, the stuff happens, guys.
It's a tool against boredom, it suppresses your appetite, it makes bad moments feel less bad and good moments better. It's social, fun together, and a good way to make friends as smokers always group up.
What did I say? Guys, I know. Some of you guys probably think I am Kurzgesagt. I'm not. I've just smoked before. I'm not Kurzgesagt. If that's becoming a rumor, stop it. I'm not him.
Your lips are one of the most sensitive parts of your body, and putting something between them is deeply satisfying. So now that we've given smoking an honest introduction, let's smoke a cigarette together to see why it makes you feel so good and what exactly happens inside your body
guys,
when you do.
Don't smoke a cigarette. Don't smoke during this video, okay? I'm not going to smoke during this video. Don't smoke during this video. I know they just said it, but I'm going to encourage you not to smoke during this video because this is going to be a video. I feel like right now is when they do the turn on us. We're now in the direction of smoking is actually bad. So we heard a minute of smoking is awesome, and now we're going to learn why smoking is actually bad. Don't do it.
The best worst thing. A cigarette is dried tobacco leaves mixed with chemicals that make it burn slowly, helping you to absorb nicotine and flavors that make the smoke less harsh. Let's light it. Cigarette smoke is 95% gases like carbon dioxide and water vapor. The remaining 5% are particles called tar, and they contain the magic source, carbon or nitrogen compounds filled with nicotine. As you inhale, billions of particles interact with everything they pass through, getting stuck on your throat, tongue, and trachea. Your lungs are like big inflatable sponges and have a filter and barrier, the cilia cells with hair-like extensions covered by a layer of mucus. They trap dust or bacteria to be swept away in a sort of dance. Tar particles land in the mucus and turn into a sticky brown substance that stops the dance and paralyzes the cilia, allowing them to get deeper into your lungs to the alveoli. Alveoli are little air sacs, and here's where your actual breathing happens.
See, guys, what did I tell you? This is the part where now we're going into what's doing bad for you. So again, now I feel like he's gonna go over more than just cigarettes also. So like, I don't know if this stays as cigarettes, this is just a warning for cigarette smokers. But vape people, it may be coming for y'all too. You know, luckily, you know, I don't know. Is it gonna come for weed as well? Am I gonna be in danger here? All right, Kurzgesagt, let's see what you got.
They have very thin walls so that oxygen can transfer to your blood and carbon dioxide can leave.
Okay.
Now the magic is released. Nicotine passes through the thin walls and enters your bloodstream, reaching your brain so fast that it feels instant. The positive effect arrives right away.
Yo, why the brain look
Fast, but it feels instant.
Like the eye, the extra look over here with the eye, that was a little bit much, Kurzgesagt. You know, like the brain ain't got to be tweaking. It could just be like, like you don't have to have the brain tweaking, guy.
The positive effect arrives right away. If your brain had a control board, smoking would be like pressing all the buttons at once, releasing loads of transmitters and hormones that affect your whole body. Epinephrine and cortisol make your heart beat faster and your body ready for action. Dopamine makes you feel happy and relaxed and reduces your appetite. Beta endorphins reduce pain and stress. Nicotine excites and calms you at the same time. You become more alert and able to focus, your nerves become more sensitive to pleasant sensations, then your whole body relaxes. Together, all of these effects just feel great.
Yeah.
But your brain immediately tries to return to normal and pushes back against the effects of nicotine, which is fine as long as you have nicotine inside your blood, but once its effects wear off, your body is left overcompensating, creating a massive imbalance within itself. The more you smoke, the harder your body tries to push back, which is why nicotine is so addictive. You stop feeling like yourself without it. It's still great, but now you also need it just to feel normal. If that was all smoking did, well, that would be kind of okay.
Yeah, guys, you see? You see? You see where I was going with this? You see how bad this is? Now you're if you started smoking, if you've been smoking that cigarette that they advised you to smoke at the beginning, guess what? You'd be addicted by now. Now, again, there still seems to be quite a bit of time left on this video. Will they come for other type of smokers? That's the real question. So far, we kind of knocked cigarette smokers out the park with this one. If you smoking cigarettes right now, you probably already put it out. You was like, whoa, I ain't know that's happening right now. How do I reverse? I gotta stop. Okay, okay. See, now you know. Now you like, I don't feel like myself after I smoke that. Hey, I told you not to. I told you not to. Which one of us did you listen to? Put out that cigarette. What?
Nicotine comes with thousands of different chemical buddies. Cadmium, lead, arsenic and cyanide, hydrogen peroxide or nitrogen oxides cause damage wherever they end up. Carbon monoxide reduces how much oxygen your blood can carry. In your lungs, your cilia cells struggle. It's hard to push mucus clogged up with tar, and some of your cilia cells die. Your alveoli are super sensitive and can't handle this sort of stress. A few of your tiny air sacs pop like balloons, causing irreparable damage. Your body needs to get rid of all this tar immediately. Goblet cells pump out extra mucus to compensate, which makes breathing harder, so you start coughing to get the tar and mucus out. Your immune system activates and macrophages begin eating up tar particles. Smokers have way more of these cleanup cells here because their lungs are literally full of dirt. But the nicotine makes the macrophages sluggish and inefficient. Worse, they vomit chemicals that dissolve your lung tissue and cause tiny wounds that turn into scar tissue. Scars in your lungs are bad if you like breathing.
All right, guys. They're hitting you pretty hard. Again, will they come for other type of smokers? I'm getting a little nervous now. I'm getting a little nervous that they're going to come for every different type of smoker right now, because there's still quite a bit of time left on this video. Oh my gosh. Yeah, but you cigarette smokers are done. It's cooked. It's over for you guys. I'm sorry. Stop doing it. Just stop it right now.
Nicotine raises your heart rate while ordering blood vessels all over your body to constrict. Meanwhile, toxic chemicals get stuck, causing countless tiny wounds
Why is this actually a good song right now?
all over
It's cutting your lungs up. Oh my god.
your body that will turn into scars. Those scars leak proteins that create random blood clots, making your blood vessels even narrower. Constricted and narrow vessels put a lot of stress on your heart muscle that has to work much harder to keep blood flowing. Inside your skin, the chemicals trigger enzymes that break down collagen, the protein that makes your skin elastic and smooth. This creates folds and wrinkles. Your skin ages much quicker and you look older sooner. But maybe the worst thing is what happens to your immune system. All over your body it reacts to tiny wounds and activates, fighting an invisible enemy, damaging healthy cells in the process. While at the same time, the nicotine makes it slow and sluggish. Worse at fighting actual diseases. We could go on like this, but this is getting old. In a nutshell, every single one of your organs is highly stressed and suffers some kind of permanent damage. Over time, fats get stuck in the scars inside blood vessels, which get narrower and narrower until they start to suffocate your organs. Your overworked heart beats even harder to push blood through the extra resistance, and your blood pressure rises. So hard that fluids seep out of blood vessels into your lungs, which makes breathing even harder. The likelihood of a blood clot blocking a critical passage in the body rises enormously, which can eventually cause a heart attack or a stroke. Almost all smokers eventually get chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. So many of your alveoli are irreversibly destroyed that you're always short of breath, never able to breathe freely. Once you have it, it can only get worse, never better again. Finally, there's cancer. You get a sort of double whammy. On the one hand, you flood your whole system and especially your lungs with at least 70 highly cancer-causing chemicals. And on the other hand, you paralyze the part of your immune system that kills and prevents cancer.
That's a lot. What's that, butane? Okay, yeah, definitely don't. That's a lot.
This is why cancer is so likely in smokers. Ultimately, smoking is uniquely dangerous among the things you are legally allowed to do. The average smoker loses 10 years of life, which means that some lose like 5 years and others more like 25. You don't know which one will be you. But it cuts into your health span even more, making a much larger part of your life spent being chronically sick. Oof. So why don't smokers not just stop doing it?
Well, because it's addictive. Like, that's one of the things. It's very addictive to do. And it looks like they're actually not going to come for other smokers. So I actually feel a little bit more relieved. This isn't the why you shouldn't smoke everything. This is just why you shouldn't smoke cigarettes, guys. All right, vapors, keep vaping. Marijuana smokers, light up. Just don't use any tobacco leaves or anything like that. You know, use a bowl or bong. Guys, these are jokes. This is not serious advice. I probably would have to put like a warning in the last part that tells you not to actually do the things. Unless it's legal in your state. But even then, don't. This video isn't about us. I just want you guys to know that. This is about cigarette smokers. So, yeah. You cigarette smokers, cigarette smokers, you are cooked. It's over for you. Stop doing it. You're messing up yourselves. It's really bad. Stop it. You can barely breathe right now. Just stop it. Like, relax. Just put it down. I know it's been like, what, 5, 10, 20 minutes since you lit up enough. Stop it. Just relax. You'll get back to it soon. Just relax. No, you'll not get back to it soon, actually. What am I talking about? You'll never you stop it. Just put it out and wane yourself off. Go cold turkey with it. Just no more. Put it out. No more. Stop it. Put that cigarette down over there.
Smokers are
I'm still watching you over there.
often seen as unhinged or without discipline, which is unfair. Nicotine is one of the most physically and psychologically addictive substances known to humanity.
Oh, wow.
If you ever start using it, you'll likely struggle with it for the rest of your life. The physical addiction lasts around 3 days, but the psychological addiction is much harder to overcome because you form strong habits and it's connected to many social cues, like hanging out with friends or winding down from work. The perverse thing is that almost everybody who starts smoking as a teenager. The tobacco industry has to target vulnerable brains and get them hooked on the pleasurable effects of nicotine, or it would go away. Today, about 1 billion people will light a cigarette, which is a lot, but at least the trends are looking good. In 2000, 34% of adults were smoking. In 2020, it was only 23%.
Okay.
Still, in 2023,
Guys, there was a lot of those truth commercials back in my day. Those were pretty good. Now, they weren't fully targeted only at cigarettes. I feel like that was their main problem. They focused a lot on other things like marijuana and stuff as well. But if they would have focused strictly on cigarettes, I would have felt like they would have done even more, which they already did a lot. Like, I feel like the truth commercials did more to avoid smoking cigarettes than like Dare did, you know? Like, I don't know. I remember Dare talking more about hardcore drugs. If you guys remember the Dare program, I'll have a little thing of it here, but like the Dare program, I remember having it in my school. It didn't really feel effective. Like, they showed us some pictures of drugs and stuff, and they had us do some like notebooks. They had a police officer come in, tell us about drugs. It just made it feel like there's always going to be a person in the alley trying to give us free drugs as a kid, which never happened. Because, you know, as I like started to realize as more of an adult, it's like drugs are really expensive. So you're not really going to give them to a kid, you know, and the whole like, oh, get one, get them hooked and stuff. I don't know. I've never seen that before, but if it happens, maybe it does. Just if somebody offers you drugs, just don't do it. But then again, like, people are going to want, like, people sell drugs because in real life, people just want drugs. Like, people want drugs, so they go to people who sell them. You know, it's not like, I don't know who came first, the dealer or the user in a way. You know, I'm sure there was people using things, and then a guy was like, yo, people love to use that stuff. I should go into selling it. You know, that's probably how it started. But, you know, I'm just saying, like, I feel like with that long ramble, I feel like the truth commercials did a lot to help out. Back to the video.
about 8 million people died from it. But it's not all doom and gloom. There are many successful strategies for quitting. We've put links to some in the video description.
Okay.
People who stop
Guys, make sure you go to Kurzgesagt. The link will be in my description as well. So you can go to their channel and then go to that link in their description. It's going to be helpful for you guys. Make sure you do that. This is going to be great resources for you to stop that habit. Kick that habit, if you will.
smoking by the age of 35 on average don't die earlier than non-smokers. If you're older than that, even quitting late can add years to your life. It's a bit like with climate change. Every bit counts, even if damage has already been done.
Okay.
We're not the morality or health police. You do you. But at least be aware what it...
Whoa, come on now. What the heck is this?
We're not the morality or health police. You...
2 at a time? Bro has 2 right now. Why do you need 2?
do you.
Oh, okay. Okay. Guys, I'm tripping. I promise you, it felt like he was smoking one and he was in the middle of lighting up a second one for himself. Like, yo, I just need two right now. Why are y'all stand face to face while smoking cigarettes? Who does this? You guys are like that. This whole thing is smoky. Who's hotboxing a cigarette like this? If you do, oh my god, if I see somebody smoking a cigarette this close to people like this, I would think they do other drugs. Because it's like, come on, even if you smoke cigarettes, you don't want somebody blowing cigarette smoke directly in your face. That's just wild. Come on now, you got some dignity about yourself. You don't want just cigarette smoke just being blown all in your face. You don't want to be hotboxing all with the cigarette smoke. This scene right here looks wild, and I know he's now offering this person here a cigarette. They're refusing, I'm assuming.
At least be aware what exactly you're doing.
Why? Look at that. Okay, so this is just like a fictionalized cloud of cigarette smoke. This is what you look like smoking your cigarette right now. This is you. Right there. That's all you. You're the person. You're this duo right here in the cloud smoke. Now they're probably a couple. You know, honestly, they probably met while smoking. They probably met the love of their lives while smoking. So I guess there's one bonus right there for smoking. You might meet the love of your life. You never know. But then you got to have that cloud around you right there. You know, now again, this video ain't targeting marijuana smokers. So we're not going to talk about the cloud that people who smoke marijuana may or may not leave. I bet it's a better cloud than that one though. Like if we're competing cloud to cloud, it's probably the best cloud. And then, you know, vape smokers, I don't even know. Probably bad cloud, you know, probably a bad cloud. Not as bad as this cloud, but pretty bad cloud. But the only cloud that would be considered positive, even though they're all negative, marijuana cloud is clearly going to be the positive one. So we're going to go back to the video because we know that I'm correct.
And why you're doing it. Most of you watching this don't smoke, so, well, just maybe never try it. Smoking only really solves...
There you go. Don't even do it. What problems do you have? First of all, smoking cigarettes really only feels good if you're drunk. So now you gotta start drinking. And I'm not about to encourage you to start drinking and smoking, but if you are gonna smoke, it only makes sense to do it for real when you're drinking or if you're smoking marijuana. So here's the thing. Smoking tobacco on its own kind of sucks. If you're smoking just tobacco by itself, it's horrible. But then you get a couple of drinks in you, or you start smoking some marijuana or something, which are both legal in certain states in America. You know, it's like, come on. That's when smoking cigarettes actually does feel good. That's where we got to be honest about the situation here. Smoking cigarettes, in my experience, was always the best when I was very drunk. Like if I was drunk, I was like, yo, I really want to smoke tobacco. I don't even care about anything else. It's just a really good combination. But if you're a person who doesn't even drink, what are you even looking at a cigarette for? Stop it. It doesn't even make sense. And again, even then, only when you're drunk. You don't want to have that thing of like, I was smoking when I was drinking, but now that I'm not drinking, I still want to smoke. Don't do that. That's wrong. You know, again, smoking in general, we're talking about doing the wrong thing. There's no right way to do the wrong thing. But if there was a right way to do the wrong thing, it would be drinking or smoking marijuana and then smoking tobacco. You know, I'm not telling you to do it. I'm just telling you the best way that if it were me, that's what I would be doing. Just letting you know.
Solves a temporary problem, but it creates loads of permanent ones.
Yes. Don't do it.
Good thing I never started. But it's not like I never do things I know I shouldn't. Like using sketchy free Wi-Fis or downloading files without double-checking the source. We tried out NordVPN to relieve...
Guys, that was a weird start to the advertisement, but NordVPN, It's incredible. It's a VPN network. Do you like going and randomly downloading stuff you shouldn't be downloading? Do you like going to random sites? Do you want to make sure that whatever site you go on doesn't realize your location, so that way you can just make sure you appear from a different location while you do the mysterious thing that you need to have a VPN for? Well, get NordVPN. And also, you'll be able to get a discount if you go to nordvpn.com/Kurzgesagt. That's KURZGESAGT. I would never be able to spell that without looking at it. I promise you that's insane. So go there. You'll be able to get a discount. You'll be able to save some money on your VPN. There's lots of cool stuff you can do with
Ads
it.
are hidden.
How much you gonna
NordVPN's
get? No ads. Take away all the ads from
threat
all
protection,
your stuff.
scan files
Threat
during
protection.
downloads, and remove
Oh my
malware
God.
and
They'll be able to remove all the spyware and all the bad stuff, and all you'll get is all the good stuff that you were trying to look at before. You know, why do you need a VPN just to look at this information? I don't know. I don't ask questions. Neither does NordVPN. Just make sure you don't get any viruses, and then take all the stuff that you need. That's NordVPN's
trackers automatically, and
go
they warn you
through
of
it.
any apps that seem
Look at that. They'll be able to let you know about the apps that are
risky.
crazy and wonky.
I'm looking at you there.
Yeah, look at that risky looking app over there. You'll be able to get that out of there.
On top, NordVPN offers many more features.
Yes,
Summer is
more
travel
features.
season, and NordVPN encrypts your connection when you connect to unknown Wi-Fi stations.
Oh my gosh, so you don't get hacked. You don't worry about getting your phone hacked when you're, signing into random Wi-Fis or your laptop or, whatever. You're going on vacation. You're like, let me go to this hotel. Oh man. But then you realize you went to a popular hotel. Where would a person who wants to put a virus on your computer probably be? Setting up a random free Wi-Fi at a random hotel. And all of a sudden now you're getting your stuff hacked. Or maybe they connected to the public hotel's Wi-Fi that you also try to connect to. But guess what? They know how to hack people through the Wi-Fi. So now your Wi-Fi, you just got hacked. Do you want that? No. Now they're putting stuff on your computer that now you gotta investigation on you. Now the police are looking at you like, yo, why do you have this on your computer? And you're over there like, I didn't know. I just connected to a public Wi-Fi. And you're like, oh yeah, that doesn't sound reasonable at all, buddy. And now you're getting arrested. Why did the cops get there? I don't know. The guy who put it on there probably called the cops on you. It's a very interesting crime scenario. What did they get out of this? I don't even know. Just don't connect to other people's Wi-Fi. Use NordVPN.
in hotels, airports, or cafes. You can choose from over
Exactly.
6,000 fast servers in 111 countries around the world. So you
Exactly. So you can be like, man, I want to watch Netflix in Japan. There's this one show that only comes on Japanese Netflix, but then all I got is American Netflix. But how do I do that? I'll just turn on the VPN and then boom, you appear like you're from Japan, and you turn on Netflix and like, oh, here's all the Japanese shows, blah, blah, blah. Now make sure you just readjust your settings for the language. And then bam, then you're like, oh, but I got this show in Italy I want to watch. Boom, make it appear like you're in Italy, watch the same show on Netflix. Might have to like turn off Netflix, turn it back on. You're right there, guys. This is all you got to do. It's really simple.
You can also access your home content from abroad. You can also book flights, hotels, or rental cars more cheaply thanks to the price difference in different countries, regardless of whether you're surfing with a computer.
Take advantage of the country's price differences to buy tickets like you're overseas or something. Guys, that might help out for a lot of different things. Just think about all the times that you'll be looking at something and you'll be like, I wonder if there's an international price difference. And then you look at the pricing difference for some other country and you're like, whoa, they got the same thing for like half the price or 20% off or 30% off. getting that one. But then just the price of, the price of shipping still, it still works out. Don't worry about anything else. Just know that when they look at the pricing on the computer, it's going to show the price. But when you go to order it, it'll still show you put in your normal address, it still comes to you, but you get the other price. That's the most important thing to remember, guys.
Tablet or
You're saving
smartphone.
money.
NordVPN is compatible with all
You'll do
major
this on
platforms
all the
and can be
things,
used on
guys.
10 devices. Offers
10
go to
devices.
NordVPN.
Get the
All
discount.
risk-free with
You'll get
NordVPN
4 extra months.
to get 4 months extra on a 2-year
4
plan.
extra months. That means if you get a year, you get all the way up into April of the next year or whatever time. Let's say you started on the 1st of the year and you get the whole year, and then you also get 4 additional months. Now you all the way in April, and you're like, whoa, I didn't know I have the VPN that long. 14 or 16 full months. Oh my God, this is incredible. And then bam, you get it again. You'll probably have to go to another video to get another discount though. So keep watching Curtis Art with your VPN. That way you'll know when the next discount will be. That way you'll also be able to order it again. You see how the cycle goes? Here's the thing about sales. And as a person who's been in sales before, there always going to be another sale, but the one that you're getting right now might be the really good one. So that's why you always have to get the one that you see. So that's why you have to still buy this one. But just know there will be another one in 16 months when you're ready, but it may not be the exact same. Maybe it'll be better. See? There you go.
All risk-free with NordVPN's
And
30
you
days.
get 30 days guaranteed money back. If you're like, I don't really want this. You've been like, it's been like 15 days. I just haven't had time. Where do I have the time to get my money back? And then you're like, I got 30 days. Wait, hold on. That just solved all my issues. I didn't know I had time. I have 30 days. That's a whole month. Don't forget about it. You only got 1 month. You got 30 days. Just get it done. You got it.
Day money-back guarantee. Habits can influence your life in a major way.
Yes.
They're basically hardwired shortcuts your brain uses to
Oh, my
save energy
gosh.
and make decisions fast.
Not the Tick Duck and Net Chill. Those are my 2 favorite applications.
So why not use this shortcut method to influence your life in a positive way? We created this habit journal to help you do exactly that. It contains scientific explanations, tutorials, and colorful illustrations to help you build the habits you want in your life. To be honest, we created it as much for ourselves as we did for you. We use it in our lives to help us implement habits like working out regularly, eating healthily, learning a language.
They're selling us. They're selling a journal. That's pretty good. A lot of people don't utilize these. Wow. A lot of people don't utilize these, myself included. They're pretty good. So, hey, shout outs to them. Make sure you guys get this. This is going to be a pretty good one here. This looks like a good journal with a lot of information, a lot of notes you can take for your, implement things for your personal life. I like this.
Reading more, or simply actually doing our hobbies instead of browsing Reddit. And we also included.
Now, here's the thing about doing the thing you're supposed to be doing and not browsing the internet on your phone. It can get difficult these days. These phones, they're like giving people ADHD. And now, if you're somebody like me and you already had ADHD, or you believe you have, I'm self-diagnosing, by the way. I haven't been clinically diagnosed. So if anybody out there is a doctor just know I'm not. I'm just self-diagnosing. I saw a couple of Instagram reels. They made sense. I felt like they hit close to home. I feel like I have ADHD now. So there you go. But yeah, if you have it, it may be kind of difficult to not just scroll on your phone all day.
Did a few tips on how to reroute habits you want to get rid of, like smoking. Get it now from our shop. Improve your life in a
Get rid of that
science-backed
smoking
way
habit.
and support everything we do on this channel.
Guys, that was a pretty good video. That video was awesome, actually. I like the lesson in there. Stop smoking. It's not too late. I like that they didn't come for, marijuana smokers. They didn't come for vaping. This is a cigarette smoking only video. I was a little nervous at the beginning, but I wasn't affected. So with that being said, this was a great video, guys. I had a lot of fun with it, you know? And yeah, guys, join me for the next one. You literally never know what will be next. I didn't expect this. You know, I didn't expect them to make a video that says smoking is awesome. I'll be honest. I kind of never expected that one. So now I have to have a video about smoking being awesome. I'm going to be saying positive things about smoking in a video. Who would have thought? I'm just so glad it didn't come for my people. So, guys, by my people I meant marijuana smokers. Now, guys, thank you as always. If you made it this far, I appreciate you. As always, I love you. Bye. All right, and we are back. 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 Welcome. All right, and we are back. And today we're back with another reaction video. And as a good follow-up to the alien or the UFO religions video, wanted to do some Kurzgesagt again. Love the science videos, and this time they're actually talking about aliens. And they're actually talking about how there's thousands of alien empires in the Milky Way galaxy. I'm very interested. I do believe that, you know, there's life out there. You know, we're not the only ones out there. But, you know, space is big. You know, there's that whole mess. You know, we haven't really got to see a lot of it. You know, we don't really know. We know a lot about it, but we don't know a lot about it at all. You know, so this is one of those things. So, guys, this is going to be a fun one. So get ready. Let's take a seat. If you haven't already, make sure you go to Kurzgesagt, subscribe to them. You know, like, comment below, tell him that I sent you, and be like, yo, you should subscribe to him because he's really cool. I think he makes the best reactions to your videos, guys, and he tells everybody to go there. And it's the whole driving content. It's a big circle, guys. It's a big circle. And if you haven't already, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe to this video for more, because you literally never know what I'll put out next, unless you read the thumbnails. And if you have, congratulations. I am proud of you. And guys, with that being said, you know, I do have one thing that I almost never talk about on this channel, and I just want to make sure you guys are aware of it. That is that I have merch. You know, put the merch on the hand right there. Also, I have a Patreon. Put the Patreon on the hand right there. And then also, here's the serious part. You know I joke a lot on this, but here's the serious part. If you guys don't like, comment, and subscribe, more importantly, subscribe, YouTube will come through that door right over there, and they will Kurzgesagt. There are thousands of alien empires in the Milky Way galaxy.
What if there are thousands of alien empires in the Milky Way, each spanning a few to maybe tens of star systems, chatting, trading, sometimes shooting or ignoring each other politely? And if so, why is nobody visiting us? While the Milky Way is ancient...
The answer, we're boring. Not enough happening so far. We need to be, you know, level up. They have the whole level, what was that? The whole like world level system or whatever. There's like tiers to what level we should be at before we start interacting with intergalactic life, according to scientists or whatever. And we're at like level 0. You know, we haven't fully mastered the Earth yet. You know, we don't know how to do that type of stuff. You know, we can't just like go to another planet and completely, you know, turn over their resources and make it inhabitable for ourselves. We can't like terraform Mars. You know, we haven't figured that part out. Then after that, we got to like figure out how to like, you know, use the power from our sun, you know, the nearest star. We got to, you know, do the whole like building of the thing around it and then gathering its energy and all that stuff. We got a ways to go before other other planets and other life forms start looking at us and being like, oh, that's a cool spot. Maybe we should be able to communicate out further. Look at how far we can communicate. It's not far at all. We really can't communicate with anybody. They probably don't even know we're around.
And gigantic, even traveling at 10% the speed of light, any civilization could take over the whole galaxy within 1,000,000 years.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen anybody yet. So it seems we're alone in the Milky Way.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's only been 100,000 years since they've been doing it. Maybe they just kind of got started. Like, that's the whole thing. We don't know their timeline. It could be 1,000,001 years, and maybe we overestimated the amount of time. Maybe it actually takes 2,000,000 years to do, and they're they're halfway through it. They haven't made it around our side. Maybe there's planetary, galactic things that we don't, travels. When you're traveling through space, there's issues. We don't even know about those issues yet. It's like getting on a ship. You expect the ship to sail perfectly smooth the whole way. There's bumps in the road. We don't know about that.
But this idea is built on a lot of assumptions.
Yes.
Usually, when scientists speculate where all the alien civilizations are, they assume technology will progress to a point where colonizing all of space becomes kind of easy. But what if we're thinking about this the wrong way?
Exactly.
What if the universe is full of life, but no matter how technologically advanced you are, space is never easy? What if aliens slowly crawl through space, expanding like humans did over the ocean? Let's look at...
Guys, what did I just say? It's almost like I made this video. Guys, and I want to make sure you know, I did not make the video. I'm not Kurzgesagt. And I know there's a lot of confusion with that out there on the webs. People may assume that, obviously my reactions are so incredible. You guys think that, hey, you are probably just him. I'm not. So that's the sad news for you guys. I'm not Kurzgesagt, but I'm just really good.
At the only data point we have, ourselves. The available real estate in the galaxy.
Okay.
Oceania is a region with
title.
tens of thousands of islands scattered across millions of square kilometers,
Yeah.
separated by an unforgiving, deadly sea.
Okay.
Kind of like a galaxy. Some 5,000 years ago, the first people set out to colonize Oceania.
See, I like this comparison. We're comparing like the islands of the oceanic region to space. That's a good start, I feel like it's gonna be a little bit different. They didn't really have to deal with asteroids in Oceania, but you know what? I wasn't there, so I really don't know. I can't say that for sure, but I have a feeling that they didn't.
Especially the Polynesians achieved mind-blowing feats. Without any modern
Shout outs to the
technology, they
Polynesians
set
out
out
there.
into the vast nothing.
If you're Polynesian watching this video, shout outs to you. I love the Polynesian tattoos, man. They're my favorite.
Hoping to find a new island to claim or, die far from home. But most of the Pacific Islands are merely a few wet rocks or corals, maybe some palm trees, and if you're lucky, birds making a pit stop. Others with more vegetation are often hostile, lacking the resources to really sustain a lot of people, and remain uninhabited even today. And then there are the good islands. The Polynesians colonized them, spreading their culture and society to dozens of remote islands of all sizes.
Makes sense.
Some united in kingdoms spanning many islands, others were independent, many home to competing and belligerent tribes. And although thousands of kilometers apart, even the most remote islands were connected with at least some trade and exchange. A microcosm of humanity. But it didn't always work out. The extremely isolated Pitcairn Islands were settled for hundreds of years and relied on trade with each other and bigger islands hundreds of kilometers away. And then the local population vanished. We don't know why. Maybe because the islanders did the human thing and ravaged the natural resources until they became unsustainable. Maybe the decline on distant bigger islands severed important connections. We only know their culture declined and they left or died out.
Yeah.
What if space
I imagine they were just like, you know what, this ain't the best island. We could probably do better after a while. And then some people were, those stubborn people who were just like, I was born on this island. I'm going to die on this island. And then they, unfortunately, they passed on that island. But, then other people probably just moved to a different island one day. There was probably just like a one day where a bunch of people just were like, you know what, I'm going to go this way. You're going to go that way. People just kind of spread apart, became other islanders. Maybe they went to the other island that they were trading with and just made that place bigger. Or maybe both of those people from both the islands were like, let's go to some of these other places. I feel like they didn't all, I don't know how mysterious it was. I feel like I just solved the mystery. So hit me up if you're expert, and I will let you know how I was able to figure this out. Just keen eye, you just gotta you really gotta look at these type of things. You get the evidence, you look at it, you be like, yeah, this is how that mystery gets solved. And some people call me a detective.
is an ocean to us, a hostile place that's hard to conquer. Would alien civilizations spread like the Polynesians? The universe is kind of a horrible place. The Milky Way has around 200 billion star systems, and it seems that almost all of them have planets. Estimates vary, but there may be some 300 million to tens of billions of rocky Earth-like planets in the habitable zone around a star where water can be liquid. Amazing. Except that most of them are terrible. Hells of lava, dead frozen worlds, bare rocks sterile from radiation, blanked by toxic atmospheres. It's easy to forget, but Venus and Mars are Earth-like too. Mars is the next human frontier and fairly exciting. But Mars dust is poison, and deadly radiation and low gravity will make you sick. Mars is the worst. Except Venus is even worse, crushing you to death, burning and dissolving you in acid. If humanity was really motivated and had the resources and energy, both could be terraformed within maybe 1,000 years. We showed how in other videos.
Yeah, but I may have to watch those videos, but I don't think we can terraform Mars or Venus given 1,000 years. I think it would probably take. I think that's overestimating how much we can get done right there. I feel like I'm gonna underestimate us. I'm gonna give us like 100,000 minimum to terraform a planet. How about we terraform Earth to make it clean and better before we start thinking of ideas on how to terraform Venus or Mars. That should be our number one, priority there, is making sure Earth is cool. Because I like Mars. It's cool. Venus, I like that one too. It seems really fun. But you know what? I really do love Earth. It's biased opinion here. And I know if anybody who's not from Earth is watching this, you're going to be like, "Aw, look at this guy from Earth. He's always going to be talking about Earth." And I get it. But one last time, I think Earth is really cool. It's because I was born there. Yes, that's true. Everyone I know was also born here. Everyone I've ever heard about or ever read about in history was from Earth. So it just makes sense on why we should focus on Earth first, and then we can focus on other planets. Let's focus on Earth. That should be a number one. I coined that term right now. Just remember that if you hear anybody else saying Earth is cool, they got it from me.
But the thing is, we already have a planet that's pretty great, so currently humanity's motivation is not very strong.
Yeah.
Now let's think about this in terms of galactic expansion.
You see how my ideas are already expanding to other places. I just said it just now, and then he said it in the video that came out 9 days ago. But the more important part is that you heard me say it before he said it in the video. So again, I'm pretty good.
If the Milky Way is like a vast ocean full of islands, most are planets like Mars and Venus, barren rocks or corals where nothing grows and the elements kill you. Imagine boarding a generation ship to travel for 100 years or more, only to arrive at a new star, and then you get a Mars. Or worse, a Venus. What a letdown.
But you gotta look for the right, like I think what we do now is look for the right patterns in gases that the planet like puts out, because we know that since we're on Earth and we need oxygen, we know what oxygen kind of looks like. We can kind of look for those trace elements, like look for the right, right mix before we get there. So I imagine in this fictionalized like ship, they would have that technology available. I mean, they can already hold a civilization for over 100 years on the ship itself. So like I'm giving them that technology as well. So yeah, they're gonna be able to like scan the planet before they get there, and then they'll know which ones to land on based off of like, okay, because you wouldn't even want to just go anywhere. You'd want to make sure you're headed on a good pattern here when you're going into space. You can't just go fly out there willy nilly. So you got to go, pick a direction, probably based off of what planet had some good, readings at when you're still on your initial planet. Then you go out there, and then when you get closer, you're like, all right, now we're in the solar system. Let's scan all these planets again, right quick. Let's make sure it's all good. Bam, then you got it. You got to, again, you guys just got to think about things a little bit first.
Terraforming them is such an intense investment in terms of resources to make it worth spending the time to travel to the stars for bad planets. Maybe the simple reason we don't see galaxy-spanning civilizations is that the economics just don't add up for almost all of the star systems out there.
Yeah.
But wait, you might say it's actually easy. A high-tech race with unlimited resources could automate this process, sending thinking machines that report back every few thousand years with new planets ready for fresh settlers, or automated ships with embryos.
But think of the time scales you're thinking about now. First we said they can hold them for 100 years. Then we said it's going to take 1,000 years for, them to, terraform, or maybe it was for us, but like, we don't know how long it's going to take them to terraform the planet. Maybe it does take them another 100 years. Now the place got to hold the people for 200 years. You got to think about the time scales on that. Or do they just send the ships out first, then they get the information back? It takes them a long time to get there, and then maybe the information sent back automatically. Maybe it still takes some time to travel. I don't know. They haven't, figured that out yet. Then it takes time to terraform the planet. Then it takes time for the people to actually get there again, and then populate the planet. Like, again, this whole 1,000,000-year time scale seems like it's like, a little bit over exaggerated. I feel like this could be like 2 million years, 3 million years, 4 or 5 million years. Like, it's going to take like, let's say it takes about 1,000 years per planet, just to terraform it. And then you got to take probably like another couple of 100 years just to like, you got to put the people there. They got to be born. They got to, have a civilization. You got to be taught. They're not going to be all perfect on the first try. They're going to have their errors, and they're going to need their guidance. And even with that guidance, it's like, teenagers don't all come out perfect. Like, come on. So that's what I'm saying. It's going to be a little bit tougher than you guys are putting out in this video to terraform, and then also like get around the planet, plus expenses. Even with unlimited resources, does this fit into the budget of like, should we do this? Like, why are we doing this? Just because we have the money don't mean we should be spending the money for no reason. Like, is there a point to terraforming this new planet? Like, have we terraformed enough planets for our liking right now? Maybe we should do some trade before we start terraforming new ones first. Like, tons of things to think about, guys.
If it were that easy, someone would have done it by now. So either we are really alone, or it's not easy. Thinking about alien civilizations, you need to make loads of assumptions. And for this video, we're assuming that space is hard even for high-tech civilizations that have broken free from the limitations we have today.
Yeah.
Now, things are getting exciting. So what if alien civilizations actually ignore the bad islands and just pick the very best?
Probably.
Stringing together island empires like the Polynesians. Thousands of galactic empires. Every star moves in its own orbit through the galaxy, and most stellar neighborhoods are only temporary. At any given time, in some regions there will be more good islands than in others, while simply because of bad luck, other regions will be pretty isolated.
Yeah.
Earth might currently be in one of these backwaters, surrounded by really bad islands for dozens of light years in all directions. We may be Pitcairn Island, so isolated that nobody knows we're here or cares to establish a colony so remote.
Probably.
But elsewhere in the Milky Way, good islands may be more common. There it would be relatively easy for a high-tech civilization to jump from one good star system to the next, creating connected empires.
You know, Earth is like the underdog, you know? We like that pull yourself up by your bootstraps type of planet, you know? Like, we come from the mud, you know? We pull ourselves up, you know, from the bottom, you know? Started from the bottom, now we here type of thing. Like, when Earth make it up there, Earth is like in the console of like intergalactic planets and stuff, and they're like, oh man, should Earth get some representation? And then we get our guy, that guy about to be like, psh, yeah, here's a good policy. Oh, y'all haven't thought about that? Bam, here's that. Bam, here's that. And then they're gonna be like, whoa, Earth is really cool, guys. We should start doing what the people on Earth do. And then we're gonna be like influencers, obviously. You know, we're gonna introduce them to like YouTube, you know, all the fun stuff. They're gonna be like, oh man, we never even thought about a PlayStation 5. Oh man, bro, we should help you guys make a PlayStation 6 with our alien tech. And then, psh, bro, I'm telling you, this is the type of stuff that Earth would bring to the table, and that's why we be shooting up the ladder towards the top of the intergalactic council when we get there eventually. And I believe in us, you know, if you have to believe in you too.
Strings of worlds with all the adventure and challenges of expansion, even to really good planets. Do they need to animate dead worlds with oceans? How do they cope with alien microorganisms or strange ecosystems? Do they need to burn it all down and create a mirror of their home world, or do they adapt? How many centuries do they need to make a planet truly their home? Empires expanding in regions full of good islands would probably meet each other. Maybe they trade, maybe they fight, maybe they have coffee and chat about the meaning of it all. And just like some of the Polynesian islands, it's likely that many of these planets would be abandoned or for the empires to break apart for a number of reasons.
War.
First of all, most great neighborhoods would dissolve over time and connected islands would become remote. Then it just may be the nature of civilization to become unsustainable or self-destructive. Humanity is extremely young, and we've already flirted with extinction. There are numerous existential risks, cultural, technological, and environmental, that any civilization has to deal with. And smaller colonies on new planets would likely be less resilient than their home worlds and in bigger danger of dying out. Whenever this happens, this would leave a good island free again for others to rediscover and colonize. It's free real estate. Also, space is
That's a good reference there.
just a different ballpark. The enormous distances between stars make it hard to maintain a consistent civilization. Just think about how many cultures we have on Earth alone. Imagine if sending a message between continents took decades to arrive. Would colonies care what the home world wants from them if it can neither help nor really enforce its will on them? This also would make interstellar war, except the genocidal kind, completely uneconomic. Would you go to war with someone because their great-grandfather killed yours? At these distances, it's not like anyone could easily sneak up on each other anyway. And on a much more fundamental level, if island empires don't exchange relevant amounts of genetic information, if there are no hookups between worlds, sooner or later, these populations will develop in different directions and eventually become different species, making it less likely that they'll want to be under common rule. So the idea of enormously big connected empires may
Yeah, this all makes sense. This it's a really good one so far. Now again, most of this boils down to me being right at the beginning of the video, but that's just a whole nother story. You guys already expected that. You know, that's why I love you guys. That's why you guys love me. It's a whole thing, you know. I get it. I get it. I get it.
just not be feasible if the galaxy is an ocean where good islands are few and far between. But this also means that new civilizations may pop up constantly, spread and partially or completely die out, even if just by splitting into different factions. Islands may be recolonized and abandoned over and over. What would this mean for us? We might think we're alone only because we're on an isolated island right now. but there could be thousands of worlds full of diverse civilizations elsewhere that we would eventually drift closer to.
Yeah.
Does this make the Milky Way more scary or less scary?
For me, it's about the same. I'm not going to be affected by this. I mean, there's a good chance that nobody who's like currently alive is going to see this, because this could be like a thing that happens like 100,000 years from now. Hopefully this video will still be up. Shout outs to me if it does. If you're watching this 100,000 years from now, shout outs to you. I hope that things are going good. Say hello to the new alien people that you meet. Hopefully, like, some type of crazy economic system hasn't like completely ruined your life. Shout outs to capitalism, all the type of stuff. Hopefully that hasn't happened to you and life is really good right now. This is like the everybody's wearing like all white suits type of, futuristic, everybody's happy type of thing, but also you guys aren't banning books and stuff like that. So, hopefully there's still music and emotions, but also there's peace. Fingers crossed. You let me know if time travel got invented. Let me know. Type in the comments.
Is it a good thing that we'd have time to get our act together before we face anyone else? Or is it a great tragedy that we might not have the chance to meet our neighbors beyond for a long, long time? Well, we don't know, but it is something for you to ponder tonight when you look up at the sky again. Hopefully, humanity is still at the beginning, and we're learning a tiny bit more about the universe every day. One day, we might spot a good island, and if we're lucky, many more close by.
I mean, us spotting the island isn't going to do much because we can't get there. It's like us looking at a planet and be like, oh, that looks like it'd be a cool place. We're not going to be there. That just means we got a big telescope. But the real thing is for another planet or another civilization to see our planet and be like, yo, that looks like a cool planet. Let's go there. Oh, look, they got people there too. Oh, cool. Let's go and introduce ourselves. And then hopefully, we're going to have to control ourselves now. We're going to have to be like, hey guys, make sure you guys don't just like take out this planet or just like attack these people so they don't destroy our planet. This is like when we have guests coming over, you got to be on your best behavior for the guest. We don't, even if the guests are like a little bit weird or have a little funny smell, or don't mention it. Just be cool. They're just being nice people and they're going to help us out later if we're nice to them. So this is going to be the challenge for us, because us as humans can be like the worst sometimes. But I believe in us. I believe we're going to like pull ourselves together. We don't want to, and don't make these alien people mad, when they eventually show up. So whether I'm talking to us now, people 100 years from now, 100,000 years from now, when the aliens show up, don't be a dick. Just be cool, just be cool. Okay.
One huge problem we face as a species is that we can't agree on what's going on. There are loads of news media, but most of them tend to frame reality through their point of view.
Yeah.
And worse, they're trying to get your attention with the most alarmist distorting reality further.
That's true.
Ground News,
Whoa,
the sponsor of this
Ground
video.
News. Man, guys, I love Ground News. And you're going to love Ground News too. Why is that, you ask me? That's a good question, because Ground News is going to help you get fully unbiased sources, guys. And I've heard about this. I actually really enjoy this idea. So check this out. With Ground News, you're going to put in a topic. Let's say you put in something about the SpaceX, and you're trying to learn about SpaceX. It's going to tell you about the different types of media, whether it's going to be left-wing media, right-wing media, unbiased reports. And they're going to have a little, little toggle here, let you know, like, oh, wow, who wrote this? Is it like, what's going on? How much factuality is it? Is it left-leaning? Is it center? What's going on with these articles before you read it? That way when you're getting fully unbiased sources or when you're getting biased sources. You can kind of see what type of sources you're using, and it really is going to help you out. This is a really great option for you to see the difference between the left and center leaning articles versus the right leaning articles. It all makes sense. So, let's say you just have a preference. Maybe you want to read the right leaning articles. Maybe you want to read the left leaning articles. Or maybe you're like most people and you're just trying to be in the center. Then you have all the options. Maybe you're in the center, but then you're like, what do these people think on both sides? Maybe you're a right-leaning guy. You're like, yo, what do left-leaning people really think? Instead of what do I make believe that they think? Left-leaning people, what if you're like, yo, what do right-leaning people actually think? Versus all the things that I just make up that they think, So like, you guys could actually get to see what each other think. It will really be helpful for you as a person. Because even if you want to make a convincing argument against something, you should probably know what they're actually saying. That way you can make an argument against them. Or, maybe reading left-leaning or right-leaning articles isn't going to make you change your political leanings because, at least now you get to know which places are what. So shout outs to this. This is a really good resource, guys. I'm sure he has a code for it.
What's really going on in the world and can help
get
you
to
to
know
make
what's
up
really
your
going
own
on in
mind.
the world. And it's a really good resource here. All you got to do is go to Ground News /nutshell and make sure you sign in. Guys, there's a code right here. Go to his page. The link will be down in the description below. Go to the page so you can click on that, scan that code. I don't know if you can scan it right now. Try to scan it on this page too, but also go to his page. Go to the page and click on the link in his page. That way people know that they're going to the right place and getting the right resources. This is a really great thing. You're going to get 40% off unlimited access. Jeez, that's incredible. It's almost giving it away. It's literally almost giving it away. You were thinking a few minutes ago, like, man, my news sources are so biased, and now you're gonna get this 40% off for unlimited access, so you can get fully, checked out sources, know if it's biased, unbiased or not. You'll get to see which one is in your, which leans towards you. Or if you just want to read it all, get to read it all. It's incredible. This is incredible. You get the app. You get the website. What more do you want? It works on your phone. It goes for Android, for iPhone. It goes for everything. Look at this bird. Look at how sad he looks. That's you without this. That's how you look without this. But then if you get this, you'll be a happy bird. Look how sad he is right now. But now he's on this side, and he's going to get happier. Look how happy this bird is, kind of, or especially this one right here. This bird is a lot happier. But, like, this could be you. You'd be the happy bird. Don't be the sad bird.
Events.
Be the happy bird.
If it seems to you that people who you disagree with live in a parallel world, this is a huge reason why. Yeah. But all of us really should have a complete picture.
Yes, we should know what these things look like. We should know when a person is telling us a story, whether they're left or right leaning. And then what if you get two different things about this? Look at the microplastics found in the cloud. Is it left or is it right leaning? They say it's left. I don't know. Look how much happier the bird is now. You could be flying high with all this news, guys. Love it.
Experiments.
This is incredible.
We'll first add
shout outs to oh my gosh, shout outs to Kurzgesagt for just being so freaking incredible, and he's doing all this stuff. Look at these charts.
Our work
Make sure you go check out this chart, guys. This is incredible. You know who they sell this stuff? Go to their website. The link will be down below. Make sure I put the link in there, and then put a little plow, like a little explosion behind the link or something like that. Make it really pop off on this moment right here. It's incredible, guys. Go to this, buy it now.
A very special.
Look at the whole website. Look at this. Any of these look cool to you? Yes. The answer is they all look cool. They're all extremely cool looking. I like them all. I want them. You want them. You're gonna get them, right? Get me one. Don't actually, but seriously, get two. Look at all this stuff. It's really cool stuff. So yeah, guys, that was another great video by Kurzgesagt. We learned a lot, mostly you guys, because I seem to have learned. I learned a little bit, but mostly it was just my own assumptions and everything being correct. Now I know that's kind of par for the course for this type of reaction. I'm usually super right and super accurate on like all the science stuff. I'm a modern day science guy myself. I'm a little bit of a scientist myself, as some Spider-Man villains would say. So yeah, this has been a fun video. If you made it this far, make sure you remember a lot of what I say is just me joking around and being funny, or at least trying my at the attempt. So, don't take things too seriously, but also take everything I say 100% seriously. I am the world's greatest detective, and I'm not Kurzgesagt, but get me up on the Intergalactic Council, and I promise you I will represent you guys perfectly. So again, if you made it this far and heard those ramblings, shout outs to you. As always, thank you. I love you. Bye. All right, and we are back. 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 Welcome. All right, and we are back. And today we're back with another reaction video. And this time we're doing more science, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. And if you already saw the title of the video, which I imagine you have, then you already know we're going to figure out, is there something wrong with our world? Yes, by Kurzgesagt. I love Kurzgesagt, and I know. Some people may think I am Kurzgesagt, believe it or not, but I'm not. Like, I'm genuinely not Kurzgesagt. I'm not even German. I don't even speak German. So, like, I don't get the comparison. I get it because I'm like, I'm really smart. You guys are like learning things from me, like constantly. Like, I'm sure you guys can name like 5 things you learned from me in the comments of this video right now. Like, all of you, I'm sure, even if you're brand new, just continue to watch the video, comment the 5 things you learned afterwards. So yeah, we're going to be watching Kurzgesagt. Guys, if you haven't already, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe to the channel. You never know what I'm going to put out next. Unless you recommend something and I say I'm going to do it, then I guess you might know what I'm going to do. But you don't know when. And that's the important thing. I got to keep you guys, surprised. And guys, make sure you go ahead and check out Kurzgesagt if you haven't already. They make incredible content there. If you're just watching my videos but not watching theirs, I don't know what's going on. You got to check out Kurzgesagt, watch the videos, come back, watch it with me. It's like watching it with a friend. We'll go over it together and you'll realize how genius I truly am. Guys, go ahead and subscribe to Kurzgesagt. Link will be in the description below. So with that being said, oh yeah, I do got to mention this. I literally almost forget to mention it, and because I rarely ever say it. But if you guys don't like, comment, and subscribe, more importantly, subscribe, YouTube will come through that door right over there, and they will. Is our world broken?
Being a human in the 21st century often feels frustrating. We're clearly at the high point of our species. Never have so many of us lived so well, been so healthy and well off. At the same
That's true. Guys, no matter how you feel about the world, always remember this. This is the best it's ever been in the history of the world. I'm sorry. It's like a fact. This is like the best society as a whole has ever been. It's just, that's it. So complain about it, but just remember that.
In time, life is incredibly hard. More than 15,000 children died yesterday. 700 million people live in extreme poverty. Even within rich societies, there's loads of unfairness and daily struggle.
Of course, you don't get the rich societies without making poor people. That's capitalism for you right there. Let's go.
We are.
I mean, not like let's go. Like, shout out. I'm just saying, like, I live in America, so let's go with the videos. What I meant to say.
Divided, unable to solve our problems while creating new ones, destroying our world in the process. In many ways, the vibe is that we live in dark times. It's so easy to feel disconnected and powerless in the face of problems too big to solve. And so the state of the world fills many of us with doom, hopelessness, and sadness. We feel it too. It's one of the most pervasive stories of our time, and there's a lot of truth to it.
Hey, this is lightweight, kind of like, I mean, we're 50 seconds in, but it's a little bit of a depressing video so far.
But, as Terry Pratchett said, we are the storytelling ape. We think in narratives and live in a network of stories that make up our world. So without minimizing the darkness, we want to add a story that we find helpful for dealing with the world. This is subjective and not a science video, so you don't need to buy into it. Our story begins with the first moment that ever was.
Oh, wow. So this is going to be like a storytelling thing. Yo, I am down for this. Let's go. Let's hear this story. Guys, this is why I love Kurzgesagt, because they're not always just going to hit you with what you expect. Sometimes they're going to throw in the unexpected. You know, there's multiple sides to Kurzgesagt. Like, there's multiple sides to me. There's multiple sides to you. You know, shout outs to Kurzgesagt. Let's go. Let's hear this story.
14 billion years ago, time and space began from some kind of state of pure energy.
True.
From this very first moment, the universe grew and evolved. Things that were one became many. Energy turned into forces and particles. Out of chaos emerged the laws of nature. From these ingredients, stars arose, gigantic engines turning simple stuff into complex stuff, only to die violently and spread the new complexity around. Out of this more complex stuff, new stars and more worlds emerged, repeating the cycle until most of the simple stuff was used up and most stars that will ever be born had been born. And then, on one planet where the conditions were just right, dead particles and molecules combined to make another jump in complexity. Maybe the laws that govern everything were destined to make life happen. Maybe it was just a cosmic dice throw.
Maybe.
But life, now the most complex thing in existence, wasted no time and spread to even the tiniest corners. For billions of years, cells held on, fighting against the elements and each other, evolving in the process, until one day they came together and made another jump in complexity to plants, animals, and fungi. First in the oceans, then on the land. Earth was now the stage of something grand, a complexity acceleration machine going at full speed. Millions of new species emerged and vanished. Life was beaten down over and over.
It's like everything was happening, at once, really. Like, so much stuff was happening in the early universe. I think I saw, there's some video about an experiment people did about the conditions that you would need to kind of start life. And it wasn't like they started life, but they got like they were able to like recreate the enzymes that were kind of like needed to create the necessary building blocks for life or something. So like, and I guess it was like high temperatures, pressure, water, some like electricity, just kind of like trying to recreate the environment of like early Earth. And it's pretty interesting. So yeah, man, great stuff. I don't know if life, I believe in God, but I'm not about to just tell you to all believe in it right now. Especially, this isn't even a religious video. This is a science video, which is more just now like a cool story video. But either way, life is crazy.
But every time it came back stronger, resettling niches filled with corpses of the ones that came before. Most of these beings are hidden in time forever. We only know their faint echoes. Until a few million years ago, an animal looked at the night sky. It looked at its hands. It saw its reflection in a puddle, and it realized it existed.
Well, we don't know if it was the night sky, ladies and gentlemen. This could have happened in the daytime. They may have seen the reflection in the middle of the day, had an epiphany right then and there. Like, whoa, what am I? Who am I? What am I doing here? Where do I belong? What am I meant to do in this world? That's me that I see. That first guy, shout outs to the first guy to ever look at himself and realize that his reflection was him. We don't give enough credit to those people. Shout out to the first person who thought of like time. What is the concept of it? What time would it be? I'm not talking about who, who figured out time zones and stuff like that. I'm talking about who figured out the initial concept of time. Just like this guy, will never know his name, but you know what? Shout outs to that guy. Shout outs to both these guys, you know? Shout out to the guy who invented fire, you know? You're pretty dope.
That it was alive, here and now. You probably had such a moment as a small child, mundane and majestic at the same time. This is where the human story begins, about 6 million years ago with the hominids. Still just another animal among many others.
Okay.
They split into many families and lineages, evolving further or disappearing again. But for some reason, their evolutionary niche enabled their brains to grow, and they learned more about this strange world. They prayed to the stars, they tamed fire, and turned stones into tools. They celebrated and cried together. Life was hard and brutally short, but together they endured, probably by telling themselves stories about the world. For almost 250,000 generations, they built a biological foundation. And then at some point 200,000 years or about 10,000 generations ago, they became us. Humanity had arrived. Aaron?
Guys, and also keep in mind, people in the past weren't necessarily dumber. They had obviously they didn't have education systems like we have now, but people have always been people. They were doing the same things, living the same ways that we ourselves. You place yourself back 200,000 years, that's how you're going to be. Except if you're me, then I'd find a way to make everything cool again. And it would be like the future. We'd invent all the stuff. But if you were sent back there, you'd be living like a normal cave person. So let's not, I don't like when people say, oh, the people in the past weren't smart or anything. No, objectively, that's wrong. They were very smart. They just didn't have the tools and resources that we have today. They hadn't discovered those. And to be fair, you didn't discover them either. Person watching this video as we speak, you discovered 0 things so far. Me, I found, back to the video.
Ancestors didn't waste any time. Their world was still hard and unforgiving, but out of pure stubbornness, they didn't accept that. They wanted their lives to be better, so they made better tools and learned to preserve their knowledge beyond death. Progress started slow, and then suddenly they, or better, we, made the planet our own. Agriculture and the first villages and temples snowballed into civilization.
Ooh. Wait, is that Ur? Is that the city of Ur? Yo, shout outs to ancient Mesopotamia, Psh, hey. First, museums, I can't remember the chick's name, but she was the daughter of the last king of the kingdom. And I'm pretty sure she created the very first museum. She was digging up ancient, what she would have seen as ancient artifacts, with her dad, and she would put them in museums. So shout outs to her. Now we got museums because of that idea. I'm sure somebody else actually took the idea too, but it's the first one I ever heard. That's the one I heard about being the oldest. So shout outs to me, I guess.
Kingdoms and empires, technology, writing, astronomy, medicine, philosophy. A hot second later, science, industrialization, the modern world, the information age, where we are today.
Okay.
Earth is truly ours now. We changed it in ways unfathomable a few short generations ago. We turned the land into fields worked by millions of machines, built thousands of gigantic jungles made of sand and metal.
True.
We split the atom and traveled to other worlds.
True.
Everything is different.
Some people still don't believe that we went to the moon. And you know what I say? Guys, if they didn't make it to the moon, then why do we have so much cheese now? That was literally just a corny joke. But realistically, there's records of the fuel. There's all the stuff. They got the materials. They did the stuff. They built the things. It would honestly be easier to do the mission at that point with all the things that they did than to fake the mission. I mean, if they didn't fake any of the missions, if all the missions were faked, it wouldn't really make sense. The reason we don't keep going there is because we have better ways to do it now. We got way better things, technology, and they're trying to get people back to places, but I mean, there's nothing really to do on the moon. We send like data, we send machines up to the moon all the time. We do precision impacts on the moon. We can do all that stuff. We can get to the moon. We're trying to, they're trying to make it out to Mars and all those other stuff. We got to save that rover that, lost his battery and did that sad song. Man, RIP to that rover, lost communication,
Today. Except us, of course. We humans have not changed. We were molded by a cold and unforgiving world where we needed to be hard and brutal to survive.
Born
we
in
are
it.
still bound to our nature that made us so successful. We still tell stories, are hungry for food, greedy for resources, desperate to be accepted by our peers. We're scared.
Dang, how you gonna be an outcast in the group of
Food,
outcasts?
greedy for
I mean, no offense, but
resources, desperate
this feels like her crowd,
to be accepted.
or this feels like this person's crowd, but they're the only person not hanging out with somebody. Insane. Go be friendly, or go home. Get on the internet. I don't know. This don't feel like the place for you right now. And I know this is just conjecture on a fictional character. I don't know their backstory. Maybe they got anxiety. I don't know. Maybe they came there with a friend and their friend left. It just feels like this may not be the event for you, fictionalized person. Or, be more friendly. You got the haircut and everything. Just, use the character to be outgoing, because the way you look outgoing. The way you look is very like, I am, not afraid to talk to a person randomly, but then again, because you got a mohawk. But now it's like, hey, look, other people are having fun, but you're in the corner over there. So maybe you need a less assuming haircut because you have a less assuming personality. But if you're doing the more, hey, come talk to me haircut, but you don't have that come talk to me personality, that's where you're going to have a problem. Fictional character that I am making assumptions about.
By our peers. We're scared by the dangers that lurk in the dark, imagined and real ones. We're still brutal to each other and the animals we hold power over. We're still territorial and possessive. We fear losing what we have, and we fear change. We downplay the damage we cause and ignore the people in need outside our tribes.
True.
Humans are not nice, and if we look at our history, how could we expect ourselves to be? In nature we see great beauty, but also endless violence and struggle devoid of morals or kindness. We are an instinct-driven apex predator that survived in an uncaring world, only now we have coal plants, nuclear weapons and social media.
What is this guy doing? Guy, go to work, guy.
This would be hard to handle for any animal, so it makes sense that we continue to follow the impulses so deeply ingrained in us. But this is only because we've not yet caught up with the mind-numbing gift we've been handed. The real tragedy of humanity today is that we are these amazingly powerful beings that have not awoken to their potential. We're trapped in the present and the mindset of a scarce world. But aside from the physical limits of the universe, there's nothing stopping us from creating a literal paradise for ourselves. This seems so daft, but it's true. If we dare to tell ourselves a different story about who we are and who we could be. Humans throughout history felt like they would witness the apocalypse, and this feels especially true today, but you're probably not living in the end times. There's a solid chance that humanity will persist for thousands, maybe millions of years.
Yeah, if you ever look up all the times where people say it's the end of days, like life should have ended literally like 1,000 times by now, if not more. But it somehow has not. Now, if you watch this video and then all of a sudden it happens, then, I guess I called it, but I don't expect it to happen. But, I would be the person to call it, though. That's crazy. So let's hope it doesn't happen. Fingers crossed, ladies and gentlemen.
If this might be the very start of our history, what can we dream of achieving? Just like our very first ancestors 6 million years ago, we may be the ancestors of another 250,000 generations of people.
Most likely.
But while the hominins found themselves powerless in a world they had to adapt to, our starting conditions could not be more different. It's like we got handed a save file of a game where others put in millions of hours of work, and where we can decide what game we want to play in the future.
I mean, it's exactly like that. That's almost exactly how life is, really. Because humans have this thing where we can pass knowledge down to future generations through books and, teach it. We have like whole like structures that are made to do that. So, yeah, we can pass down knowledge and it works. But, we got the scragglers. Unfortunately, the internet is not necessarily helping everyone, become more educated, maybe more connected, but not in all the best ways. We got dumb people congregating together now online when they would have never been able to find each other in real life. So now instead of you just knowing one or two dumb people in real life, now you see thousands of dumb people online all the time. They're commenting. Somebody might comment on this video right now and say something really dumb. It might be me. It won't be me. Don't worry. But I'm sorry. I don't know who you are that I'm looking at right now, but it might be you, random viewer. Watch out.
The world is still horrible, and it's also the best world that's ever existed. And we can...
Hey, I said that. I'm again, and here's the confusing part, guys, and this is where people are going to get confused. I am not Kurzgesagt. So when he says the things that I say right after I say them, and again, yeah, I know he put out the video days ago and I'm just now seeing it, but it was a thing that I said. You guys heard me say it, and now people may confuse me for Kurzgesagt, but I'm not. I'm just letting people know we're not the same. We just have, great minds think alike. He would have said it because we are on the same wavelength mentally, guys. What are you doing?
Make it so much better. An optimistic person living in the year 1924 would not believe the progress we've made in just a century. How much we reduced poverty, how many diseases we cured, how much free time we have, what kind of luxuries are ordinary to us, what technological wonders we take for granted, how few of us die in war, how many live in a democracy. And today...
Hey, shout outs to Bill Wirtz, also Kurzgesagt, but Bill Wirtz. I'm sure most of you guys have seen the video History of the World, I guess. The most impactful moment of that entire 20-minute video for me personally is when he mentions the fact that we have all the information we ever wanted in a computer. Computers are now we have phones that fit in our pocket. Computers are now become phones, so now all the information we need is right in our pocket. That's literally the most impactful thing, because we literally have almost the answer to almost everything right here, guys. But do we utilize it the right way? No, we're not always looking on for specific information or specifically to learn. A lot of times it's used for entertainment purposes. So it's we're not fully utilizing that. We could be going to the next level with it, but also sometimes learning is boring, guys. Sometimes learning is boring and we need to be entertained. We need that entertainment factor, so it's difficult.
Today, we might very well be gearing up for a jump like our ancestors 10,000 years ago, when agriculture changed everything for everybody. From AI possibly transforming the information age, to biotechnology enabling us to manipulate the language of life itself, to new sustainable ways of harvesting the energy we crave. If we start thinking...
Which one of those three is most likely, guys? Which one are you voting for? AI being the most powerful resource that humanity has ever created going forward. The second option is bioengineering, where we figure out how to make cells live longer, or do what they do better, longer, stronger, better. Or will it be space travel and figuring out new stuff about the galaxy, and figuring out ways to get energy from different resources out in space, and really controlling our planet, our Earth. What do they call that? Geomorphing, or no? That's probably a Power Ranger thing or something. What do they call that? guys, put in the comments what they call that thing, and tell other people that you learned it from me.
In decades and centuries, it's perfectly reasonable that we'll solve our problems. We can eliminate poverty, maybe all material needs, defeat all diseases, maybe even death itself. We have the potential to restore balance to the climate.
Here's the thing about defeating poverty. It's going to cost money, and people don't want to lose money in order to like not get more money back later. So that's going to be the big problem right there. Like, and I get it. In a perfect society, we would have already ended hunger, but that's the problem right there. We could end hunger without even thinking towards the future too much. We could just end it pretty much right now, but a lot of people would lose a lot of money. And that's not going to happen. Like McDonald's themselves, like not even every company, just like McDonald's could be like, you know what? One day's profits, we're going to end world hunger or something for like a good 2 weeks, you know, just with one day's profits, you know, nobody gets any money today, you know, none of it's all just like a wash that day. But they use the money to like give to all the homeless people, you know, in every country that they are running in. I'm sure that's a lot of, it's not that still there's some countries missing, but you know, America, we could probably at least feed all of our hungry people, you know, with like one major business just deciding, you know what, F all that. I'm going to lose about over $1 billion today by giving money over to, you know, giving homeless people a bunch of food. Like, you know, you'd lose a lot of money, but it would help. And nobody's going to do that, you know? I wish they would, but I don't think they will. You know, that's just me, though. I don't think they will. Guys, let me know if you think that the companies would sacrifice millions, billions, if not trillions of dollars to help out the homeless and starving people around the world anytime soon.
And heal the planet again. We may be able to adapt to the information age and make lasting peace. None of this is guaranteed, and it will be hard and full of failure and setbacks. Some things will get worse before they get better. We'll run up against our nature over and over again. But if we manage to clean up our act, we could create a world better than we dare hope for. You get to do that. You get to live in a world that's deeply flawed, but also the best it ever was. And you get the opportunity to make it better. A world with the smallest amount of suffering possible that fits our nature and inspires us to be the best version of ourselves.
It's the guy coming in through the freaking. This is okay. That was just funny. I think it was only funny because the animation style, like when it was the universe
fits
here,
our nature and
but then
inspires
when
us
it's
to
like
be the best.
when it starts showing up like here, that's when it becomes funny to me personally. I think it's the animation style. It's just hilarious. What they talking about
Version
here?
of ourselves. It's time.
Guys, we got ourselves an advertisement. Let's hear it. The year 12,025. The year is 12,025.
Let's reveal the
what we doing?
12,025 human era calendar. Let's travel back 200,000 years to
Okay.
humanity's greatest journey.
Guys, this is cool. So you get a whole, like, it's like a map, but it's like of human history for real. 12,000 years, 12,025 years to be specifically. Nice. So yeah, guys, make sure you go check out this map because you guys got to grab one of these things. It's incredible. You'll know what human year it is for this year. Now, it may be a little confusing if you're looking at this and being like, wait, what year? Like if you're in a coma and then like you wake up and you see this, you might be a little bit like surprised. So, you know, if you know anybody in a coma and you want to have like a nice practical joke for when they first wake up, this is also a good gift. But you know, also if you just want to like, if you just know what this means, then also grab it. But I am thinking about it now. If you know anybody who's like just waking up from a coma or like about to wake up any moment, it's not too late to purchase this gift. It's not like necessarily like a gag gift. It's actually a really useful gift, but it will be funny to see them wake up and think it's the year 12,025. Now, that might just be me, but I'm sure there's other people who would also feel like that's funny. Like, whoa, I've been in a coma for 10,000 years. Also, they figured out a way to like keep me alive for 10,000 years. That's insane. What's the future like? And then you're like, oh, well, we got iPhone 16s now. And they're like, wait, they're only at 16? You know, like they probably would have assumed they'd be at iPhone 12,000 by now. But, you know, we'll see. You know, the way that the iPhones work, it'll probably be at like iPhone 24,000 by this time, because they're going to do like the 1 to 2 a year thing. And I feel like they're definitely going to start doing 2 a year at a point. So it's like they're going to be very far into the iPhones at that point.
Let this calendar be a celebration of the achievements of these early humans.
Yeah.
They managed to survive in harsh climates, navigating a world where they're both hunter and prey.
Yeah,
All
I
while
love these animations here. These are really great. And you know what? It'll really go well with your wall of other stuff that they have here. Look at this. Look at that. Look at these, you know, these microscopic insects or parasites or cells here. Look at this ship. Look at this thing. I don't know if you could buy that, but it's cool. Look at this plant. You could buy a plant just like that. It's not, they don't sell the plant. But look at this other stuff that they sell. Look at this. Look at this. Look at that. You get all of that. You know what nickel is? You know what copper is? You know what carbon is? You know? Look at this. Carbon. That's what we're made out of. That's us.
Right now.
There. Right now, that's
Zero
what
for
we're made
our
out
calendar.
of. So guys,
Started working.
go ahead and grab this calendar. You're going to go to the website. And if you go to the website, guess what? You get to buy the calendar. You know, there's a bunch
To
of other
humanity,
stuff
even
there.
bigger
I want you
and
guys to check it out. Look at all this. Look at the bundle. I would go ahead and grab the bundle, or look at this Earth Fans bundle. Grab one of these bundles, guys. Don't just grab one. Grab the bundle. It'll be better. You get multiple things with it. So if it was me, you know, that's just me right now. So look at me and think about if you're me, but you're not. So you'll think about this. Think about Earth Fans bundle, because you'll get the Earth Fans. You'll get an Earth and you get a mug. Guys, who else sells mugs outside of me? Editor, put a mug right here in this hand. Yeah, I sell that. Yeah. Guys,
We've also
go check
prepared a
out
few
the
amazing
mug.
deals for you. Thank you so much for coming together
You know what,
every
Curtis
year.
Art? Thank you, Curtis Art, for making such an incredible video. I really enjoyed this one. Curtis Art always makes great content, and I love checking him out. Curtis Art, I appreciate you. Thank you. Keep being you. Keep putting out more content, because we love it. The fans love it. I love it. You guys got to be loving what you put out. Whoa, this looks interesting. There's something hiding inside the earth. I got to find out what. So yeah, guys, if you made it this far into the video, I do want to say thank you. You know, I appreciate you guys, everyone who comments, subscribes, likes the videos. I'll read all the comments. They're always really great. Even if they are negative, sometimes they're still funny. So guys, I always appreciate that. And yeah, like always, just want to say thank you. I love you. Bye. All right, and we are back. 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 Welcome. All right, and we are back. And today we're back with another reaction video. And guys, you know, obviously it's been a rough couple of weeks for your boy. But, you know, for anyone out there, if it's been a rough couple of weeks for you too, I want you to know, first and foremost, I'm here for you. I love you. And we're always thinking about you here at the channel. So, you know, all well wishes from here. But today, if you read the title, obviously, then you already know we have to talk about weed, ladies and gentlemen. So yes, we are going to talk about weed thanks to our good buddies here at Kurzgesagt. I love this channel. Obviously, I haven't done one of their videos in a while, so it's really good. We're going to get back to some science. This is something I'm a little bit of an expert on myself, so I'll be able to give you guys all the expert knowledge on all this stuff, verify the facts, make sure it's true, all the fun stuff. So if you're ready to have some fun, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and get right into it. If you haven't already, though, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe to the channel. And if you haven't, for some reason, you don't subscribe to Kurzgesagt, make sure you subscribe to them. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe to them as well. Go ahead and comment. Let them know I sent you. It may be fun. Maybe they'll subscribe back. You never know. Also, if the link will be in the description below. So with that being said, I think there's just one last thing I do need to bring up. That is that if you guys don't like, comment, and more importantly, subscribe. Most importantly, subscribe. YouTube will come through that door right over there, and they will. We need to talk about weed with Kurzgesagt.
Cannabis has been vilified to a ridiculous degree for the last century, but it's now finally being decriminalized in more and more places around the world.
Yeah, see, it really has been vilified for almost no reason outside of like capitalist reasons, Also, there will be a moment where we got to get real serious about this. I'm sure that's coming up in a video. But for now, we're going to talk about the good things. And guys, it has been unfairly vilified. Like, let's be honest here.
It's just recently been legalized in Germany, and for very good reasons.
Hey, shout out to Germany.
Compared to legal drugs like alcohol, which will cause 1 in 20 deaths just this year, cannabis is pretty mild. So, to justify harsh prosecution and punishment, its negative effects have been wildly overstated. Naturally, there was a lot of pushback, and here's something went wrong.
So here's the thing about people who are for it, though. Here's the thing about potheads. We're not all the good ones. You know what I mean? Like, some people are unreasonable and freaking like, no, you shouldn't get anything you want. Those are the people. And then others are more chill. They're relaxed about it. They smell like some weed, but outside of that, they're good people. But here's the thing that I don't think people talk about enough, and that is the gateway from cigarettes to hardcore drugs. Because and I know he hasn't got into it yet, and we're only like 30 seconds into the video, but you know what? I'm feeling a little bit anxious about this, so I'm going to get it out there right now. Cigarettes are the #1 gateway to doing hardcore drugs, ladies and gentlemen. If you start smoking cigarettes as a child, you will eventually, that is the #1 marker to doing hardcore drugs. It's not smoking weed early, it is smoking cigarettes early. And if you really think about it, think about the people who have parents that would let them get away with smoking a cigarette at around 12 years old. I'm just saying, it correlates to other factors in life that all build up to maybe hardcore drugs, at least getting introduced to them in life. You know what I mean? Not saying they're going to do it, but maybe they'll be at close proximity to it, or they'll have people, around them who don't care enough not to tell them to do it, considering they're not telling them not to smoke cigarettes at 12. You never know. So, that's that. Let's get into it.
If you followed the discourse over the last few years, you might have got the impression that weed has almost only upsides and few, if any, negative side effects. We ourselves contributed to that narrative. What made this worse is that criminalization made it very hard for scientists to study cannabis, especially its long-term effects. They faced bureaucratic and legal hurdles, and studies often had to rely on small sample sizes. In the last few years, this finally started to change, so it's time to bring new evidence to the discussion.
Here we go. Time for some bad news too, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear it.
And, well, it's not pretty. While weed is still much less harmful than alcohol, it does have a dark side. It is more addictive than we thought and can have significant negative effects if you use it long term. It seems that... what are you doing?
What?
Before you tell us how dumb we are, please watch the video.
Already. That's hilarious. But here's the thing. People are going to be upset about this already because the people who have been smoking weed normally have been doing it for a very long time. So even if they have the bad habits, they don't see it. It takes other people to see it. And then sometimes they'll be like, oh, well, I have this bad habit, but it's not associated to the weed. It's just coincidental that I smoke weed and have this bad habit that they say most people who smoke weed have. Like, it's okay to just admit, like, hey, I'm a pothead. I'm lazy, that it happens, I have that issue myself. I am lazy. Now, to be fair, I was lazy before the weed. So it is coincidental in this situation. Editor, are you going to cut that out? I don't know. That's
To be
hilarious.
crystal clear, we think prohibition doesn't work and cannabis should be legal. But this also means that we need to treat it as what it is, a drug, with unique upsides and downsides. So let's take an honest look at some of the latest research together. Weed is getting stronger and stronger.
True.
Cannabis's magic juice is tetrahydrocannabinol, THC. It docks on your cannabinoid receptors, which affects various brain functions.
I can verify the weed is getting stronger. And here's another problem. Your immune systems might be getting weaker to it or something. So or building up a stronger tolerance. So, it's going to take more to get you the same feeling that you had before. And all of a sudden, now you got a problem. Now you got a problem, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just throwing it out there. He hasn't even said it. He hasn't even said it yet. So he might not say it. I am saying it.
THC
I am saying it, though.
activates some regions and calms down others, creating a fun cocktail of sensations. The more THC, the more intense the high. And people seem to be into higher highs, or at least this is what the market is providing. In the US, Canada, and in Europe, the concentration of THC in legal and illegal cannabis products has more than doubled in the last few decades. While ever more potent strains are bred, products like edibles or concentrates with more than 60% THC have become increasingly common, while the share of products with less than 15% THC has declined. Unfortunately, just about every problem weed creates gets worse at higher THC doses. At the same time, more and more people use weed. In the US, more people consumed cannabis daily than alcohol for the first time in 2022.
Oh, wow. I'm actually very surprised at this graph because alcohol is almost like a staple in American culture, where it's not even just like something that you'll hear it about your parents get off work and your dad gets a beer, like we see beer commercials all the time. Like literally watch an American football game for all my non-Americans out there. Watch the NFL, there's a bunch of beer advertisements on there. For all my Americans out there, go ahead and watch a football game, as they call it out there, or football. They call it football. So don't blame me. And I'm sure they also have commercials for alcohol as well. Like alcohol is a major brand in America, so to see that take a dip and go below marijuana without it, they don't even show marijuana commercials. They don't even show you like an ad for like a weed company. Like, come on.
In Canada, 26% of people 16 and older use it, up from 22% in 2018. It's not possible to say if legalization is the reason for this, though, since studies are pretty inconsistent and vary massively between different users.
People are going to say no. Let's be honest here. They're going to ask you, do you smoke? And then you're going to be like, smoke what? And then they're going to be like, I don't know what that lingo means. And trust me, it means that they smoke weed. If they say smoke what, it means that they're not just smoking one thing, or they don't just have the idea, or they're being like, what do you think I smoke? I'm smoking something different than what you're thinking, or I might be smoking the same thing. What are you talking about here? But that's like an old school thing. But depending on if your state's legal or not, I'm sure now that it's legal, more people are going to be like, oh yeah, I smoke weed, by the way. But even if I will be honest though, guys, even if you live in a non-legal state, tell your doctor what you do. Doctors aren't going to call the cops on you and tell them, "Oh, my patient smokes weed." No, they're normally pretty chill. They just want to know so they can help you and diagnose you with all the right things. So if you are doing something like you smoke weed recreationally daily, if you drink daily or recreationally, whatever that may be, make sure you let your doctor know if they ask. They're saying, "Hey, how often do you drink?" Just be honest. How often do you smoke? Be honest. If you're doing other drugs outside of that, like hardcore drugs, let them know. They're gonna tell you to stop, but let them know they shouldn't call the cops on you.
In some, consumption went up. In others, it stayed stable, and the trend to use more weed began in the early 90s and sped up in the 2000s, way earlier than legalization.
Because around 92, like the chronic came out and like blunts and stuff started being like more popular. So this is really like the rise of like blunt culture and everything as well. So you really got to follow, because like in the 70s and stuff, they was all smoking joints and like bongs and stuff like that. And like in the 90s and 2000s, I feel like 2000s is really where bongs really started coming back into style. So that's like a whole nother thing. And then now you got the additional things of like vapes and all the other stuff. But for a point like the 2000s, like bubblers and all the other stuff, those was popping off too. Vaporizers and, like all those like gravity bombs, all the type of things. So you also got to think about the rise of the technology that they're using to consume these products, if you know what I mean. It's not just your old school papers back in the day. It's kind of played out, and different communities like different things depending on where you live and what you're doing. You can't just be having a bong everywhere where you walk around to. Sometimes you might need a blunt. Some people still like joints, and then some people have their preferences over leaves or papers, all this. So yeah, there's a lot that goes into this graph that's not really shown here.
So today, more people consume more weed than ever before in the last century, and it's the strongest it's ever been. What are we seeing as a result of this? Let's start with something that used to get you laughed out of the room: addiction. Weed addiction and withdrawal symptoms.
Yeah, guys, by the way, I want you to know you are addicted to weed if you smoke every day. And I know you could stop if you wanted to, but you don't want to and you won't. So let's be honest with ourselves here. You got a weed addiction. It's cool. Just admit it to yourself. I say it all the time, but I want you guys to make sure to say it out there. So if you're out there smoking and stuff, just make sure you're not one of those. You're not like, oh, I'm not addicted, I just really need to smoke or else I'm going to be agitated. Hey, I've been there before. You know what that's called? A weed addiction.
A big narrative about weed is that it's not addictive, or at least not that big of a deal. And for most people, this is true. Studies clearly show that the majority handle it well. For 8 out of 10 using weed, it's just a casual high and not problematic at all. About 2 in 10 users develop a cannabis use disorder, or CUD. CUD has 11 different symptoms, from the inability to stop when you've had enough, to using it when you know it will have negative consequences, to tolerance and withdrawal. They can all basically be reduced to you're doing it too often, even if it's bad for you, and it's less fun than it could be. There are 3 major risk factors here: the amount of THC, how often you consume, and your age when you start using cannabis. The more THC, the more often, and the younger you are when you start, the higher your risk. If you smoke too much weed too often, it will have negative impacts on your life. So if this is you, toning it down a bit will make a big difference.
Now, if you having jitters and stuff at work, that's a little crazy. But also, from my experience, and I never worked at one of these places, but from my experience, the service industry is fueled off of marijuana and alcohol and a litany of other legal and illegal drugs. So that's just what I heard, ladies and gentlemen. I'm no professional owner of restaurants and restaurant maker. You know, I didn't go to restaurantology school. You know what I mean?
1 in 10 users develops a serious addiction. They usually consume daily, and their life is significantly impaired or held back because they spend a lot of their time either using or recovering from cannabis use.
Damn, do I gotta clean my room? Do I gotta clean this up? All right, I might have to clean up after this, but you know, it actually has nothing to do with the video and what I was seeing. This is actually a separate situation altogether. I coincidentally had to clean, you know.
Since their brain is building a tolerance, they need increasingly high doses or stronger weed, often both. Studies found a variety of negative effects. Heavy users can experience bad moods, feel irritable, restless, paranoid, anxious, and even depressive. In a sad twist of irony, for many addicts it feels like they need weed to fight these symptoms. Maybe it did actually help at first, while in reality it makes those symptoms stronger and more persistent. Studies also found that loneliness and frequent cannabis use go hand in hand. If you feel lonely, you're more likely to use weed, and if you use weed, you may experience more loneliness.
Now, that study is very subjective on the people that you are around. You know, I feel like there's a lot of people where when you do start smoking, you actually get introduced to a lot of new people. Now, maybe those people don't stay around forever, but also I tend to notice that smoking doesn't really like negate too many people. It does negate people, but not like like too many people, unless maybe you are the person in this scenario that it's just way too like I can't go 5 minutes without it, you know, like it's very difficult. So I understand, but you know, maybe, but at the same time I haven't seen any evidence from my own life to show that smoking weed will be like bringing a lot of people away from you. Although it definitely could. I can't see that. You know, I've seen it personally, you know, bring together more people, not like myself, but like other people who I know who smoked before, and they were like, oh, I don't know this other person, and they smoke with them, and then they became friends. So like I've seen it happen, but they've seen it happen the other way. So mine is anecdotal evidence. Theirs is based off studies. So, you know, again, whichever one you guys want to believe, you know, it's really up to you. You know, there's some really good anecdotal evidence here, or there's some like bona fide studies. You know, hey, I'm just the one. You know, I'm no studyologist over here.
It's not always easy to say which came first, but they seem to reinforce each other. So on the one hand, cannabis makes loneliness feel much less bad. On the other hand, it can also make you feel more socially awkward than you actually are and withdraw from friends. This can lead to a downward spiral that ends in self-isolation and chronic loneliness. Another thing many people who consume a lot experience is a mental numbness that makes boredom feel okay because it impacts the reward system of your brain. Not great, but good enough. You can spend your days killing time binging mildly interesting stuff, being numb rather than having fun. Boredom is a signal to your mind to get creative or learn something new, but this is suppressed. This also makes quitting so much harder because your daily routines suddenly seem boring and unexciting, making it very tempting to go back. If you find yourself
Whoa, what are those pills?
Boring and unexciting, making it very
Bro, weed pills and joints? Yeah, this person might. I don't know. That's a lot right there, buddy.
to go back. If you find yourself using constantly, this can also stunt your development as a person. The numbness dulls bad feelings, making it easy not to deal with them. But in life, you can only get over bad feelings if you actually feel them, and you have to process them to grow. Lastly, let's talk about physical withdrawal symptoms. The more you consume, the worse they'll be for you, especially if you use daily. Withdrawal can cause headaches and sweating or chills, decreased appetite, in severe cases even fever, nausea and abdominal pain. You might have trouble falling asleep, and if you do, you might have disturbing and vivid dreams.
Oh, wow. Well, this is interesting right here.
The withdrawal can put you in a depressive mood where life feels daft and pointless. You can feel restless, angry, anxious, or nervous. You may feel unable to do anything at all. After a few days, these symptoms will begin to subside, and after a few weeks, they'll be gone entirely. The exact time depends.
And that's when you start smoking again, ladies and gentlemen. The high is going to be incredible. It's going to be like the first time you ever smoked ever. So yeah, this is really good advice. Make sure you go through all of your... Guys, I am joking. Do not start smoking again after this. You know, that's not a tolerance break. That's stopping. You know, I know I just made a joke about it being a tolerance break, but I do have to explain it out for some people sometimes, you know, not you subscribers. I have to explain it to the people who don't subscribe, because then they just comment and they don't understand that what things are and aren't jokes. But subscribers are the real ones. You guys already know what is and isn't a joke. You know, that's why I love you guys. You know, I like them, but I love you guys. I want to make sure you guys know that.
Depends on how much and how long you've been consuming cannabis. Now, let's get to the worst part. Weed may damage your brain. This section was not fun to research because there's fierce debate among researchers how bad weed is for your brain and whether it has irreversible long-term consequences or not. There's no consensus yet, and it's hard to say anything definitive. Having said that, THC directly interferes with critical brain chemistry. There is some evidence that it may alter its structure. If it does, this may go away again if you quit after a few years, or not. We don't know yet. The consequences vary a lot between individuals, but especially for heavy users, they have a variety of potentially unfunny downsides. The most common one is that your memory gets significantly worse. Sustained heavy use may reduce your ability to learn, your reasoning, perception, attention span, decision-making, language abilities, and impulse control. Most negative effects seem to go away, or at least weaken.
Now, I will say, though, it feels like some of those things may be, I guess, like, for people who smoke weed, it already attracts people with a certain personality type that already fit a lot of those categories. It's like how, like, with police officers, you know, like, it's not like how all police officers are just like, you know, angry people or like, you know, do violence all the time. But people who are angry and do like to do violence are normally attracted to positions where they get to have that authority, such as becoming a cop. So if you translate that over to like weed, it's kind of like the same. Where like, you know, people who maybe have that personality type of being like lazy or, you know, more chill, laid back, may just be attracted to weed on a more consistent basis versus weed turning them, like changing their brain into having those habits. You know, it's like people with those habits go to it versus the marijuana changing their brain into giving them those habits. So I don't know. Again, I'm no studyologist here.
Over time after you quit, but again, we simply don't know enough and need more research. Where the evidence is much clearer is that consuming a lot of weed is really bad for teenagers on multiple levels.
Now that we can all agree on. Teenagers should not be smoking. Like, if you are, you know, a teenager, you shouldn't be doing anything. Go to school. Graduate high school first. Go to college. You know, and then, you know, who knows? I don't know. Be 18 and in college. Then you can make some decisions like that. But until then, go back to class. Go study. You know, play some video games. Be normal. You know, stop trying to do drugs and stuff. Like, it's not cool. It's not even cool. Why would you even want to? Everybody who is an adult now would love to go back to just being a regular teenager, even if they could just, you can just go back to being a teenager with no drugs. They would all choose it because it is just better to, like, you know, to be able to have that, like, you know, that sense of like, you're a kid. You're just freaking be a kid. Come on. It's cool.
If you start using heavily early, you have many more years to build up potentially negative side effects. teens who use a lot are much more likely to become addicted to weed. This may just be correlation and weed may not be the underlying cause, but heavy weed users are more likely to perform poorly in school and less likely to finish their education. They are, on average, less satisfied with their life and what they've achieved. This may simply be because if your memory and motivation are stunted, you have fewer interesting experiences and forget the ones you do have. And there is strong evidence that teen users are way more likely to develop mental health issues like psychosis, schizophrenia, depression, or anxiety later in life. Once again,
I don't know about that anxiety part. I feel like everybody's got that now. Like, and let's be honest, if you've been alive long enough, you might get depressed. So, I mean, I'm not giving the weed points here. I'm 100% agreeing with them. I just think life itself is very depressing.
The younger you start, the higher the risk. And it also seems to rise massively with high THC doses, making highly potent cannabis products even more dangerous for teens.
See, that's another thing. I just can't get into doing edibles and gummies and stuff as well. So, like, I really do steer away from those. And I would never advise, again, if you're a kid, why are you doing this stuff? Just be a kid.
Okay, let's wrap this up. We've only focused on the negative sides in this video. That was the whole point.
True.
As we said before, for most people, weed in moderation is totally fine and definitely way less harmful than alcohol. You do you, we're not your parents. The upside of moderation is also that when you do it, your experience will be more intense and special. But for teens, weed, especially...
Yeah, exact. Stop giving it to teenagers and parents. Do not let your teenagers just smoke weed. It's not cool. Parents, be better.
Using it regularly or a lot of it is a bad idea, with potentially life-changing consequences.
This still feels mean. Like, at this point, look at him. He's sweating. He a little addict. Little mini weed addict over here. She just holding the joint over his head. Like, nah, you can't get this. You can't, like, come on, man. That's still kind of messed up.
We know that criminalization did nothing to make this better. We now have a new chance under legalization. It begins with being open and honest about the state of science and acknowledging that weed is one drug among many others. Certainly not the worst one by a long shot, but also problematic for at least 1 to 3 out of 10 people using it. If you really
I thought it was 2 out of 10. I don't know. Or 1 to 3 out of 10 people. Okay.
have to try cannabis, there is a time and place, and that's in your 20s. If you're younger, the science is clear, don't do it. At least, not yet. You'll have plenty of time to experiment later.
Hey, wait till you're in your 20s and then you can smoke all the weed you want. That's what they're saying here. That's not explicitly what they're saying, but it's kind of the gist of that's what I'm saying that they're saying. I'm putting words into their mouths at this point now. I believe from my translation, I don't, just wait, guys. Don't do it in your teens. When you're in your 20s, do it responsibly. Treat it like alcohol, do it responsibly. And wait till you're over the age of 21 and then do it. I mean, I think I said earlier 18, but they're saying in your 20s. I would go and agree with them. If you want to do it at 18, I'm not going to be upset at you, but I would suggest wait till you're in your 20s or something, and then you could buy your first blunt and then your first beer at the same time, and then see which one you like more. I don't know. You're probably going to like the weed more because, let's be honest here, beer tastes horrible. Like, unless you just drink a bunch of them or unless you get like a really good brand, like beer is not great. And if you're a kid, I think my first beer I ever chose to consume, what did I try for the first time? Like a Heineken or something? It was horrible. I hated it. Now I did go to college and I did drink before the age of 21, but now that I'm in my 30s, I can legally say that I did. I don't know if that's how that works. But I'm saying it now. It wasn't like you got to drink so much beer before it starts tasting good. Like by the time you drink enough beer for it to taste decent, you're drunk. And that's just how beer works, apparently. Like, it's never great unless you drink enough to be at the point where you're like, man, this starts tasting good. Then you stand up and then you're like, whoa, my legs are a little shaky. Beer tastes good now. Those are the 2 signs that I need to know that I have consumed too much beer. back to the video.
Let's do a different experiment now. With the help of today's sponsor, Odoo, a
Odoo?
business management software, you can do the first step of starting a new business in 3 minutes.
Whoa.
Don't believe me? I bet.
Whoa, do with Odoo, if you know what I mean. Yes. Curtis Art is sponsored by Odoo, ladies and gentlemen, and you already know how I love these sponsors. Now I get the time, my chance to, shine here with my promo skills. And what I want you guys to know is with Odoo, no, it's not Owu, it's Odoo. That's how good I am. It's Odoo. You can actually get all of this information here for just $19.09. What is this? Pounds? I don't know. A month? This is European currency. I don't really know about all that stuff. It's good stuff though. It's like $19, 19 euros a month. You'll get all the apps. It'll give you access to time management, CRTM studios. This is all for building business here, subscriptions, rentals, point of sales. You'll be getting all the information you need when you're starting your business all in one platform, and it's going to be incredible. I know you got that, that storefront that you're trying to set up. This is going to help out with that. I know you got that bakery that you're trying to do. You got that little business where you be cooking and baking and things, and it's going great. Now you can use this for all those resources, really manage everything and get that business structure together. I know you got that where you're trying to like start up a tutoring company where you're trying to tutor people, and now you want to get that set up and you're trying to get other tutors involved in it. I know you're trying to set up that there's somebody with they're trying to become their own local garbage man. They're trying to replace the local garbage company in their city with a local option, like a competitor. This will help you out with that. You're trying to start your own glass factory, and they make glass that only goes into glass making factories. So you're a glass making factory that makes glass making factories, and this is going to help you out with that. So all the information that you need is all in one place. It is Odoo. It sounds like ooh woo, but it's Odoo. It's incredible.
Let's select the website application to ensure our
go to the
online
website
presence.
application.
Then you just follow
Secure
the
your
create.
presence.
It
Do
could
all
be
the
a
stuff. It's going to be incredible. Look at this. You want a website? You want an online store? You want to blog about it? You get to do everything you need to do within one platform. E-learning? Of course you want to do e-learnings. I got to do e-learnings at my job. They're so much fun. The jolly good time. Woo 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 woo. Oh woo. Or Odoo is what they would say. That's what you say when you have Odoo and you're like, oh man, this is so incredible. Oh, Odoo. You hit them with an Odoo because it's like so cool, and this is like your way of saying so cool. It's like Odoo, like yeah, I got this do e-learnings and learn all about my businesses. They told me about all the things I need to know about, like if I work at a bank and not to steal money from the bank. That's a good one to know. Some people might not know that. They'd be like, yo, I worked at a bank. They gave me the job. I want to steal from them. Oh crap! I just did an e-learning. It told me not to steal from this bank. Thank God, because if you want to start a clothing store and people are like, yo, I just want to steal clothes. Now they do e-learning. First lesson, don't steal the clothes if you work here. Oh my God, I think I worked at the wrong place. And then it helps you out as a business, and it helps them out as employees. I know this sounds like a ridiculous rant, but look how you get to make your own logo. They made their logo here. I don't think that's true, but they uploaded it, and that was cool. They let you upload a logo and then possibly do some edits to it. It's all look at the trim, look at the title, look at the how you can set your website up in different ways. People like this kind of artwork. I think me personally, I think I'm more of like this type of artwork type of guy. Maybe this type. This is also cool. This is like a fourth place. This one's like a good last for me. This is second to last. I kind of like this one. It gives me old school vibes. And if I was in like 2001, I would actually choose this one more. but now with my new sensibilities and the fact that I've been adjusted to it, I feel more inclined to like this one here. So those are my tips, but then you get to decide for your business and your people. So you all get to decide with Odoo.
And
Such an incredible
productivity
advertisement,
within 3
guys. I think I did such a great job with this advertisement that it couldn't have been better. If I didn't do it myself. I'm actually really good at this.
minutes. Collection
And
has arrived.
also, bro, they got new stuff, guys. Go make sure y'all checking out their new stuff. This actually looks cool. Optimistic nihilist. Ha, that's hilarious. You are here, right on the chesticle. Look at this right here. This sweater or this scarf. That looks cool. And you get all this stuff. Look at this fancy hat right here. All these, look at this stuff right here. I like that. This
Keep
sweater.
you warm and
Look at this sweater right here. This is a good Christmas sweater, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't matter who you are. You can enjoy this sweater if you like space or science or anything. If you watch Kurzgesagt, I know you're looking at this sweater like, I should be wearing a sweater. Yeah, they probably didn't even give it to the model to keep. Maybe they did. I mean, I'm just saying, did they make him pay for the sweater? Because if they didn't, then it should be me. I should be the person wearing the sweater, right? That's what you're thinking. But that's also what I'm thinking, because I really mess with Kurzgesagt, bro. I really mess with them like the long way. They're really cool to me. So I feel like I should get a sweater. Now, I should purchase a sweater, but I would enjoy if they provided me the sweater. Like, I'm here and the sweater is here. So the sweater is like, you are here, as in the sweater is here in my hand. That's what I would prefer for this situation to be happening right now. Now, unfortunately, that's not the current situation, but ladies and gentlemen, you could make that change. All you have to do is reach out to Kurzgesagt and be like, give him a sweater, please. We love this guy and he loves your content, and we love him loving your content, and you love him doing the content too. Please send him a sweater. And they're going to be like, oh my gosh, you know what? He's going to get a sweater. And that's all a possibility, ladies and gentlemen. So again, reach out to them. Once again, for some people who may be new to the channel, thank you all. These are hilarious jokes, ladies and gentlemen.
or a neutron star. Dread and awe are actually two sides of the same coin, or scarf.
Yeah.
Wear this super soft scarf on cold winter walks and bring some light into the dark season. And at the core of this lineup is the Optimistic Nihilist t-shirt. It represents nothing less than the philosophy of Kurz.
Now, it doesn't actually move like it's doing in this preview right here. Although, I mean, I'm not 100% sure of that. I don't believe it moves. We're gonna double check that later on, but I am not 100% sure that it actually moves. I think it just stays stationary as far as all these designs. I don't believe it actually moves.
Kurzgesagt.
You might have to pay extra
one
for that.
shot at life, which is scary, but it also sets you free to do what truly makes you happy in life. We also create
They didn't start smoking. That's incredible.
other truly special products in our studio, like the new edition of our Human Era calendar. In 12,025, we'll follow
Yeah.
humanity's greatest journey that took our ancestors from East Africa all across the planet.
All across.
We spent a lot of time bringing these adventures to life, crafting epic illustrations worthy
Hey,
of
look at
representing
this periodic table, though. I always mess with that periodic table. Look at this. Look at these cells. Come on, bro. Look at this right here. I think that's like a virus or a germ or some type of like natural bacteria in our body. With the fangs, I'm assuming it's more like a virus or something, or a germ, but I believe that's what it may be here. We'll see.
planner to be extra prepared for the next year
yeah.
and this
Incredible.
gift-giving season.
Wow.
Every single product you
Hey,
buy
that actually
and
looks
for the
pretty
next
cool.
year and
Yeah, y'all might want to cop one of these.
this
Actually looks pretty
gift-giving
good.
season.
Yeah, that's
Every
a good one.
single product you buy supports everything we do on this
Everything.
channel.
It all helps.
and enables us to
You know what helps, ladies and gentlemen? Liking, commenting, and subscribing to this channel, because that helps me. I'm actually very close to a goal of hitting my first 1,000 subscribers. So that's going to be big for the channel. That actually means that we get to be officially YouTubers. Yay! Because that's like the monetized thing. That, I already got all the hours. People like to watch the content. We just need people to subscribe. So if you could subscribe to the channel, that would be great. I'm breaking a fourth wall here. What am I doing?
release our videos for free for everyone. Thank you so
That's the
much
fourth
for your
wall
support. Kurzgesagt would not exist without you.
Oh, I appreciate it, Curtis Art. I couldn't, I wouldn't be where I am without you guys either. I appreciate it. Another great video, ladies and gentlemen, by Curtis Art. Incredible, incredible videos. I really enjoyed this one. I got to give something that I'm a little bit of an expert in, but also we got to hear their evidence backed by facts and science and studies. So obviously more studies need to be done, but so far I actually agree with everything that they're saying there. They went a little negative on the weed smokers, so I know some of y'all was really feeling that. But at the same time, it could have been worse. They gave you some positives, but really the most important thing is wait until you're in your 20s to start smoking. It's like, what are you doing? Hey, it's not, it's not that big of a deal. Just live your life, and then once you pass high school, then you can start doing whatever you want to do. Go to college, all that stuff first. Move out of your parents' house, and then you can start smoking. But then try not to get addicted. And if you do see yourself in having those addictive patterns, maybe just call a friend, call some help, let people know, and just try your best. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I do want to say thank you. As always, if you made it this far and you're listening to all these ramblings and all the things, then I want to say thank you. I love you. Bye.